Hello there, everyone, and welcome to what's essentially going to be part one of our season 2 finale for Super Cast Brothers. You know how we do things around here. We have our 3 different types of episodes, and just like last year, we're doing a final one of each of the 3 before we can close out this year. You'll notice that this year is not going to end on the same date, really, as the first year did. When you have a show that has 3 different types of episodes, and you just roll through them every other week, it's really impossible to keep the same day, but you were ending fairly close. So, I'm Zantok, otherwise known as Lister, and of course, here as always, ready to cause some chaos, we have a train conductor for you, who is also dancing.
Showing off my new talk dance that I learned.
Your talk dance?
Yeah, from the Super Cast Brothers Talk. Is that what all the kids like these days?
I think you should just go watch a Tuk film.
Okay.
That might do. Yeah, that might be a better use of your time, actually.
Yeah.
Just see enough. Some Eskimo person. Well, not Eskimo person. Somebody wearing furs and saving the world.
Yeah. I'm cool with that. Sounds entertaining to me.
All right.
Well, with that said, welcome. It is the time.
We have made it almost to the end of another year here somehow. I don't know what the fuck the studio was thinking, keeping us on the air, but we must be making somebody happy. That or there's nobody that can stop us because fuck you.
We're just filling a void in our own hearts.
Nobody owns me, bitches. Yeah. I do what I want.
See, this is what you get. This is what you get with your free market. This opportunity for chuckleheads like us to get out there in the world and use.
So what you're saying is that the free market is a mistake.
We'll cover that another time.
I don't think we will. But last year when we started our finale, we had our on top where we talked about looking back on our time on Mercurios, our friend origins and our Smash speculation origins as well. And we moved on to a Smashtopia episode where we each had prepared separate characters for the first time on the show, where they just had to fit into a certain theme of characters that theoretically could be in Smash because they are on a Nintendo console, but won't ever. For whatever reason. With mine being the Trapper and yours being the Polar Bear from Ice Climbers. And then our finale Smasher Dash, the final episode of the season, actually, our Tournament of Champions, where we had some chaotic times trying to take these 16 previous winners of Smasher Dash episodes across the season to find out who our overall winner was. And that winner was Midna. To your displeasure. Hell. This year, it's going to be most of the same, but a little bit different. I'll go ahead and just explain things since we're here. Today, for our on topic, we are not doing a look back on or Mercurius related thing. We figured at first last year we weren't sure what we wanted to do for the on topics every year because we like having it to be a theme for the finale, just make them be like the same kind of deal. We didn't know what to do last year. This year we finally came up with an idea. What do we love doing? What started our Smash speculation? Talking about characters that can get into Smash. It's like, but we already make movesets. But we haven't yet made a roster.
Oh.
So we decided that our on-topic finale for each year is going to be making a roster of some form. Usually it's going to be Smash related, but who knows, we might do something for like Mario Kart, or PlayStation All-Stars, Pokken Tournament 2.
Nickelodeon Star Brawl 2.
Yes, or Cartoon Network Battle Block Attack. I don't know. I think they have a fighting game already. I don't know what it's called. But we want to do something like that each year because that's just fun. Again, our Smashtopia, we've already come up with 2 different characters. The theme is going to be different this year. It's not going to be characters that can't get in Smash, although I guess technically, kind of. I figure we'll go ahead and just say what it is because we'll be saying at the end of the episode anyways. Yeah. But this year's theme for the next episode is going to be fourth party characters, so non-video game characters. We figure it's kind of fun since we poked a little fun at fourth parties last year. with our Goku versus Spider-Man Smasher Dash matchup, and then how this year we had Ronald McDonald versus the Burger King. So we'll be doing that. I have my character prepared. John has his. And then, of course, for our Smasher Dash, we have the Tournament of Champions too. But this time, to make it a little bit less of a headache, we'll have a guest on for it so that we can't have deadlock ties anymore where we're frantically messaging people saying, hey, help, please, we need assistance. We'll have live assistance, so that'll be fun.
Thank God.
Yes.
Or maybe not, depending on how
who knows? We may have invited a literal chaos gremlin.
Yep, that's half the fun.
It could be a time. I don't know what will come out of it, but I am looking forward to it. I haven't yet built the bracket for it. I'm gonna wait until before we do the episodes. I don't have any thoughts at all in my mind about it. But it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna feature all of our winners from this past year, just like we did it last year. And who knows? Maybe after 8 years of this, we'll have the Tournament of Champions with the 8 winners going against each other in a bracket. Because fuck, I don't know.
And after that's done, we can finally disappear into the mist. Our mission complete.
So what you're saying is this show is being canceled after 8 seasons. To be fair,
it'll just
8 years is a long time.
It is.
Might. We don't know. Or we could go until we're 80. And I don't mean 80 seasons, I mean physically age-wise. So give it another 50 years.
Well,
50 seasons
the sad
of a
part
show.
is it's true.
Let's podcast till we're dead.
Might be sooner than 80.
It might be.
Might be later than 80. What if we're like 100 years old doing this crap?
Man.
What if this is what keeps us alive, and when our physical bodies dissipate, we actually ascend into the computer scape where we develop Super Casper those episodes in
I will
perpetuity.
hack the code and delete myself. Fuck that.
Some rich inventor out there is going to be really interested in carrying our show on.
Yeah,
so they're going to want to keep our conscious alive.
highly doubt that. Plus,
I
right
see,
now,
I
all the
see
rich
that
care about is going to space, so...
Yep. Yeah, they're going to space. It's where they can get the technology to preserve us.
Listen, we don't have the funds that it will take in order to pay them to preserve us.
No. But,
I don't have $1 million.
Maybe the Amazon customers and employees can pay for it. And we can thank them.
No.
If I went to space, I'd wear a cowboy hat.
If I went to space, I would be like, why am I in space?
And why is Biomiracle Bokutayupa here? Crawling along the surface of the ship. Yeah, he's in there somewhere. He's probably under the bed.
Is he in the vents?
Yeah, he's going to hit you with his rattle and inflate you.
You know what? As long as he kills me first.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so Jonno, what do you say we explain to our viewers less than 10?
Yeah.
What do you say we explain to them what exactly we're doing today?
Okay, let's do it. How should we go about this? It's a roster game.
It's interesting because we've had these roster games all the time over the years, and it's usually just like who will be added into the next Smash game. Sometimes we get a little bit wild with things. Like we did a couple years ago, we did what is Smash started on the NES, and then we just progressively added for each game up until Ultimate. Actually, no, Ultimate wasn't revealed by that. Up until Smash 4, and then we said like the next Smash, and we just created a roster for that. But what we have here today isn't technically us building an ordinary roster like we've done in the past. This is something that I've seen other people do similar things where instead they're like, okay, here's some categories. Add a character from each category. Sometimes I've seen it of you add a character for each game that you own, or add a character from each series that's already in Smash. Give them all another character. You have things like, I guess Professor Hector from Rob, because what else is there?
Yeah.
Mrs. Game and Watch. So we're doing something like that instead of like an actual let's build the next Smash roster game, which don't worry, we will. Instead, this time around, we have a bingo board of 23 video game companies, as well as an indie category and a wildcard category. And we'll be going over them and saying who from each of these, if we had to add a character from each of these categories, who would we be adding into Smash? Now, we have... So most of these companies are, I would say they're fairly big name. I would say the majority of these companies are big name companies that we can pick characters from. Some of them are a little bit more difficult because there are some companies that I just don't know, and there's some companies you don't, and it's
likewise,
going to be odd in some spaces. But I think it's going to be pretty fun. We built this actually before E3 was revealed because we were considering having this be just a normal episode until we had the idea of turning it into the finale. And we were also just like, oh man, so if somebody gets revealed at E3, that could change one of our companies. Because at the time, they were speculation for all kinds of characters. And maybe it did change for us, and you'll find out when we get to that point.
You will. You will.
I'm fairly certain that each company that is already in Smash is represented on here. And by that, I don't mean Mojang. Mojang is considered under Microsoft. Same thing with Rare. But we've got Square on here. We've got Capcom, Konami, Activision. Not Activision. That's not what character has in Smash. Hey, Activision is not. I just spoiled that. Let's just go ahead and bring up the bingo ball since we're talking about it. Might as well at this point. Hey, there it is.
There you go.
Created by the individual known as Moo. Moo went ahead and created this for us. So we've got on here, we've got 2K Games, Konami, Sega, Activision, Level 5, Atlas, Blizzard, Platinum Games, Rockstar, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, Bethesda, Square Enix, Bandai Namco, EA, SNK, Arc System Works, Warner Brothers, yes, they make video games, Valve, Ubisoft, and then we have the categories of indie and a wild card. Indie being, of course, for indie games, and wild card being, well, anything. Any game character, that is. Any game character. We also have technically an extra slot, our overall slot, which we'll get into shortly, which is basically just like, here's a character that, if we didn't ban them from the list, would have been at the top of something no matter what. And we were just like, man, this is our number one most wanted character. And we've talked about these characters before. We don't want to just say them again. We want to say something else. So we set a character aside to disqualify them from the entire bingo board. So they can't appear under their own company or category, and they can't appear under wildcard, but we'll still be mentioning them.
There you go. There you go.
Man, I don't know about you, but how are you feeling about this?
I am feeling excited. There's a warmth in my belly that I otherwise only ever feel after the consumption of both a waffle and a pancake at once. I also would like to point out, it's before we get started, kind of back to the history of us doing roster games and roster speculation.
Of course.
As we mentioned way back in the first episode of Super Cast Brothers we'd ever done, this was the onset of ever being passionate about Smash speculation for both of us.
It was.
Probably even pre-Mercurius for both of us. Just the idea of seeing characters and not necessarily having whole lists down or anything, but just being like, this character would be great. I remember drawing for a Nintendo Power entry back in the early 2000s, probably 2000, 2001, a photo of Pac-Man and Mario fighting for when they asked if, who do you want in Smash Brothers? And then, some almost 20 years later, that came true. So, interestingly enough.
He stole your idea. What a dick.
They sure did. They sure did. And then, coming back later, I think that that NES game where we were saying, okay, what would Smash be like if it debuted on the NES? And Super Nintendo N64 was the third title instead of the first, so on and so forth until you get to Smash 4 or
And the
Ultimate.
roster for each of them was larger than their real version. So when we got to Smash 64, it was larger than 12 characters. Because for NES, I think we started with 8.
We did. We
And
did.
I think
Yeah.
SNES bumped up to 16. So
Mm-hmm.
was any of that realistic? Huh.
Possibly.
But it was
Hey, it was
fun. And
8
that's
bit and
what's important.
16 bit.
Ha
Yep, yep, yep. And I think that was like a direct succession into the development of Super Cash Brothers having that game in particular, and us saying,
Really?
"Oh, we may as well just do this as a thing."
Oh, I didn't know
If I
that.
recall, that's when I hatched the idea. It's like, okay, let's do this. If you're ready and willing, and you're like, I guess, and that was the start of it.
I mean, I'd love to do that game
So
over again at some point, but
we could do it on this podcast
it would be an effort. It would be its own like mini series.
one day.
Oh.
One day. That'll be interesting. And then of course Mercurius, it plays into the character development of the move sets and everything that we did on there. And then just I don't know about you, but I usually have on my phone just random ideas for
No,
rosters.
I don't.
You
I
don't.
mean, if sometimes
You
I'll
don't.
make a roster, but I'll like work on it in a spreadsheet, but I don't really do it on my phone. I don't like typing on phones very much because I always type too fast and it's like filled with spelling issues, and it's just a pain in the ass.
Here, like
I,
right
I
here.
miss I miss the old pull-out keyboard where I could actually hit a button and not just fucking touchscreen. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Plus Piranha Plant becomes Mega Piranha. Something it's Subway.
Yeah, yeah. See, there's always something. There's always something.
You were also
So
the one that tried to convince me on Mickey fucking Mouse.
that was a years long effort, wasn't it?
And it didn't work.
Nope.
You
That was
did,
the era of Epic Mickey, and like Epic Mickey
yeah.
itself, so did my dreams crumble beneath the weight of peer pressure.
I mean, you did convince me. Funny thing, actually, when we were doing that, uh, I think we called it like the Smash Redux game or retro
Mhm.
because we were
Yeah,
rhetorically
yeah, yeah.
changing history. You convinced me to add Digimon into Smash,
Yep,
which I was
yep.
like, man, I don't know about that one. Then I was like,
Once we got to like
because I also was like, but
128
it's an
characters, like okay,
anime. What the fuck? Then I looked up and it's like, okay, it started out as Tamagotchis, and if Digimon starts out as Tamagotchi, that makes it a toy. Game and Watch and Rob are arguably in the toy category, especially Rob, and I guess if that's the case, then Digimon's kind of okay. It's
yeah.
still iffy for me, but I was like,
If Monday ever gets a
fuck.
character themselves, probably would be a Digimon.
I mean, there's no other option because the
They'll
rest of
say,
their games
"Well,
are
we
anime
convinced Sakurai
games.
to put in Optimus Prime." He'd be like, "Optimus rolls out."
The other thing I wanted to mention of note from that game was because we also had specific slots dedicated to adding third parties. Or, well, no, we didn't have slots. We just said, like, no more than X number. And you tried to argue for Terry Bogard from from Fatal Fury and King of Fighters. And I was just like, Terry? Why would anybody add Terry? The only reason you would add Terry is you want to specifically have the SNK be represented. Nobody cares about Terry. Terry gets in Smash.
I forgot
My
about that
bad.
stunning moment of redemption.
My bad. Listen, I don't know
No, that's
Fatal
fun.
Fury. I don't know shit about those games. Fucking sue me. I don't know. I don't know Bayonetta either. Of all the
No,
third parties that
but
developed this Smash, Fatal Fury and Bayonetta, I'm the most like, fucking, I don't know what these are. I didn't know what Persona was
apparently
when it
not a
was
whole lot of
announced, but
people.
since then
Yeah.
I've sunken myself deep.
Oh yeah, you have. Yeah, you have.
Bayonetta, Fatal Fury, Metal Gear, I'm sorry, I don't care.
Yeah. Well, Terry's
I
in.
want to
So
watch some Let's Plays of each of them
victory.
just so I have like some kind of history, but for right now,
Mhm.
man, I don't know shit.
Uh, After playing Asteria and Smash, you have a pretty good idea what Fatal Fury plays like anyway. It's a fighting game.
I mean, I feel like
And so,
Sakurai explained the entire plot of Fatal Fury to me in Terry's review video, so I'm probably
Sakurai was
good on that.
best. Like, it was, he fanboyed out for Terry more than
I
any
mean,
character I think I've
Fatal
seen it.
Fury
Yeah.
is what created Smash. That
Hmm.
was the game he played when he had the Smash idea. So,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
makes sense that he would be added.
Exactly. Or whatever, Dragon King or whatever it's originally
Well,
called.
yes,
So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
before it was Smash, yes. But I think we can go ahead and get into the whole game at this point. How this is going to work is we are going to be alternating, choosing a company, and then saying who we pick from it. We have prepared three characters for each category, which is going to be our winner choice and our two runner-ups, and we'll be discussing all three. Not as much detail on the runner-ups. We'll mainly want to talk about like our main picks for each of these. So,
Yeah.
Jono, why don't you go ahead and get us started? Before we hit the bingo board up, let's start with our overall character picks, the ones that we banned from the bingo board. So, who do you got as your true number one of all number ones?
My true number one of all number ones may not be a surprise to the few long term listeners that we have of this podcast, of which there may be three, including us. So, um,
It is a number between 0 and 10.
correct, correct. This character comes from the sun.
Okay.
He's celestial. It's four-legged.
So it's. Oh, four-legged. Baby
Occasionally
Mario.
disputed between whether they should identify this character as a they or a she, due to the status of their deetic nature
Mm hmm.
of the canine variety, which otherwise would have fronted,
Saber
Capcom.
Wolf. Oh.
So close. It's actually John Talbane.
That
No, just
makes
kidding.
more sense.
Samaterase from Okami.
Coming as
And
no surprise to anyone.
no, and there she is. There, there,
There.
right there.
Actually,
Is
there. I actually remember.
okay,
He's right over there.
okay. That
Yeah,
is
that way.
that way. There you. There's there. Hold on.
I'm looking at the thing, and even I'm just like, this way, right? No, dumbass, she's right there.
There. I'm patting her head.
Well,
There you go.
you're certainly trying.
What is there really to say about this character that hasn't already been said by myself? A more popular pick in the community than I would have originally ascertained. A lot of that having been done within her little sub community amongst her personal friends, elevating her to be the winner of a poll that you had once run for most wanted service character. And given, I mean, I guess to the casual fan looking in, there's a lot going for it. You are a celestial god who was in wolf form with a paintbrush that makes magic happen. So there's a lot to work with there. The art style is unique. The play style would be pretty unique. There's a lot of weapons to choose from as well for melee attacks. It just kind of is what it is. Amongst the Capcom crowd, there's a lot of competition, but
Yes.
I think she's like an honorable top 4 or 5 amongst the most likely anyway. So not too unrealistic. Just a game that I really enjoyed growing up, since I really enjoyed the Legend of Zelda series growing up, and Okami plays pretty similar to that. And then it was just the lore of the series that entranced me since, and here we are.
Okay.
All that said, you also have a number one to show.
Indeed, I do. This character, man. I dream, I even wish upon a star, you might say. A character from my childhood, a character very, very dear to me, and
Yes and
even
no.
as even in the Smash community, this character is talked about. It is a little bit polarizing. Some people really want them. Some people are tired of the people who really want them. But for me, there can be no other most wanted character of all than my boy, Gino. It's him. It's got to be him. He. I didn't really start thinking about Smash stuff until the Brawl speculation days, because I played 64, and then I was like, oh, that's a fun game. And then when I didn't know Melee was out until a friend showed it to me. I was like, wow, this is actually really cool. And that's really when I started getting into things. Because I mean, at first I thought it was just like a one-off, Smash 64. But God, I fucking love Super Mario RPG. Gino is a fun character in the game. I want him in. I know his odds are bad. He's already disqualified for Ultimate. He's a Mii costume. Not even a good Mii costume. Sorry, but he's not.
No.
But the door's open for the future. Sakurai at least knows who the character is. Square Enix knows that people want him. It's just a matter of, will Square and Nintendo both be like, yeah, let's do it? I don't know.
I think if it weren't for Square's apprehension, we would have seen him by now.
From what
it seems like
from what I saw, a statement from a Square employee was once talking about how when they see Gino brought up, it's only ever Gino in Smash. Nobody ever says Mario RPG 2. It's like, well, because people don't think that'll happen. That's why we don't ask for it.
Hey, well, you want us to talk about Super Mario RPG 2? We'll talk about Super Mario
RPG 2. Like, you make Super Mario RPG 2, or if you make a fucking remake and do a good art style for the remake, please, then you have my money. I will fucking buy the shit out of it.
Oh, yeah.
I asked for Gino and Smash because I think that's more realistic, which still has very low odds. But I consider putting him into the Nintendo or the Square Enix categories, or even under the wildcard category. I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to put him at the head of a category because I know he'll just win. I'll just set him aside. I don't even want to consider him. Right. He's my number one. It's obvious. I've talked about him in several episodes already. Right. I don't need to give him special attention under a company slot. Instead of just give him special attention here.
Where's he's right here, right?
No, he's over here.
Okay. I'm rubbing his head.
No, you're touching my camera.
I'm touching you?
Oh. Stop.
Well, yeah, what more can you say? I mean, amongst the Smash community, Gino is legendary at this point. The big three that wasn't. And we'll see where that goes. We got K. Rool, we got Ridley, we even got Banjo-Kazooie. Now, where is Gino?
It's true.
It's hidden behind Square's Paywalker.
He is in the Mii costume vault.
Yeah, also true. Horrible. Didn't even come with a music track.
Shantae music though.
That was cool.
Only 3 Mii costumes so far have had music. We've gotten Shantae, we've gotten Cuphead, we've gotten Undertale.
Mm-hmm. Thank God Undertale got that, so that way people can stop bitching about Sans. To be honest with you, that's a whole other tangent, isn't it? But Gino, what more can you say? A lot. I'll just say I'm kind of surprised Square just doesn't let it happen, considering they make a lot of money.
I mean, I can tell you why Square doesn't let it happen. Because, yeah, they could make money, but they could make more money with Sephiroth or Hero, Sora, Lara Croft, 2B, Chrono.
They're hitting
they can make a lot more money with any of those other characters than they can with Gino. Like, the only people who will buy Gino I'm going to say Gino fans, but obviously you can say that for any character. But the amount of people who would buy Gino pales in comparison to the people who would buy Sora.
Oh,
I get it. Do I wish it would be Gino? Yes. But the odds are sadly not great.
No, they are.
So,
and I've come to accept that.
Yeah. With that said, though, I think we can go ahead and hit our first square of the bingo board. And I think I'll go ahead and
Okay.
start off here with the company that has gotten a character as DLC in Ultimate. Let's go ahead and
Okay.
talk about Atlas.
Okay.
Atlas
Sure.
got the first DLC character in Ultimate, if you don't count Piranha Plant as DLC. I mean, he was DLC, but he wasn't part of the Fighters Pass. And we
Yeah.
got Joker from Persona 5, a character
Mm-hmm.
in game franchise that I had never fucking heard of at the time. And it took 2 different friend groups to make me see, okay, maybe this is actually a thing. And now I'm
Right.
knee deep in it. I've beaten 3, 4, and 5. I've beaten 5 strikers, 5 royal. Actually, I guess I didn't beat base royals, golden. And I did FES of Persona 3. I've played Persona Q, which I didn't finish. I kind of stopped at the first dungeon because they gave me like 18 or whatever fucking party members, and I just went like, I'm the type of player that likes
What?
to. Yeah, you had the full party member base of 3 and 4 and an OC character to choose from. And I'm the type of player that likes to level up all his people around and swap them around just to have some fun with it. And then when I saw how many people I had, I was like, I'm going to put the game
Yeah.
down and focus on other things at the moment. Oof. But how we're doing this is not only do we have a top pick. Actually, no, I think I mentioned this. How we have a 1, 2, and 3 for each company here, and we're
You
going to
did,
talk about
yeah.
our runner-ups first. And so my second, actually, I guess it will be the second runner-up. My third place for Alice is actually another Persona character, Yu Narukami, the protagonist from Persona 4. Compared to Joker, he uses a katana instead of a little dagger. He doesn't have a gun. His persona is oh god, Izanagi, who is lightning based. So he'd have Zeo for a little electric spell. He had Cleave for a sword slash, and just other skills related to that. And I don't know if he can pull anything from some of his other personas or not. If I were to make a move for a minute, I've considered I would base it heavily off of Joker, just like how things are kind of thematically done. Kind of like how you have all 3 of the Star Fox characters from the same thing, or both Filger and Isabel have Pocket. But
Mm-hmm.
like if Persona's going to get another character, before Persona 6 releases, because we know it'll happen. I feel like Yu has the best chance, and he's also cooler than
Agreed.
the main character in the 3rd game. So I figured he'd be
Mm-hmm.
the number 3 there. The reason why he's not number 2 is because largely as a whole, and we discussed this, I want characters from other series in this match, not just put in like 3 Sonic characters or some shit like that. So I'd rather have a different game be represented than another Persona route. My number 2 from
Right.
Atlas comes from a game that I didn't play. I don't know anything about it. I own it, but I have yet to play it. It's Radiant Historia, and the character I have selected is Stock, who is the main character in the game. I gotta be honest with you, we did all the research for this a couple months ago, so I was kind of sitting on things, and so some of these characters I don't remember much about them anymore because this was months ago when I was looking at
Oh,
looking
you
at
and me
things.
both.
So I don't remember much about Stock, but I kind of picked him. So, like it pretty much came down to Radiant Historia or Catherine, and I didn't really feel like based on the gameplay from Catherine that I'd seen that there was really much that interested me in terms of the Smash move set, so I
Mm-hmm.
just went with Stock. But my number 1 for Atlas is the Demi Fiend. Demi Fiend is the main character from Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. He doesn't really have his own name, you just name him, and he just has the title of Demi Fiend because he's half demon. Plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
He's got these demonic tattoos all over him because of shit stuff. Persona 3, not Persona 3, Shin Megami Tensei 3 is actually the game I started playing after I stopped playing Persona Q, and then I got about halfway through and I stopped playing it.
Gets pretty grindy,
It
right?
was a little too lacking in the story for me. I prefer more meat in my story personally. And SMP3 just
Mm-hmm.
didn't have a whole lot there. I might go back to it, but as for now, I'm just kind of like done with it. I'd rather play other things that actually give me story to think about. But I still enjoyed it. It was fun, Instead of having somebody using a gun or a sword, he just fucking punches shit. And there he was doing that. And on top of that, he doesn't like summon personas or anything. Instead, he has like demon party members. Like you have Jack Frost, you have the Sylph, or not Sylph, Fairy, Pixie. That's what it was. And there's other demons that you have in there as well that they just fight alongside you as your party members. And like with Persona, you confuse them, whatever. And I figure he has different Magatamas that he can equip to learn. Like it's essentially different skill trees. He can just like swap around whatever he wants. So you can give him like a whole bunch of different skills. And I figured, you know what? We got Persona. Let's get Shin Megami Tensei. And as of now, I'm fairly certain that Demi Fiend and SMT3 are the popular ones between the franchise. So I figured, yeah, screw it. We'll go with him.
Yeah.
Might change when SMT5 comes out. Looking forward to it. But for now, it's Demi Fiend.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Seeing the trailer for SMT5, and having the whole Nahovino story, whatever. It's very similar to Demi Fiend.
It reminds me from the trailer we saw. It reminds me a lot of SMT3. I'm hoping it just means there'll be a bigger story. Like, please.
Yeah. The basis of it is not surprising. Because when you think about it, I mean, SMT3 got the remake recently because people are.
That's what I played. I was playing it on Steam, but I just got bored.
Very true. Very true. So Demi Fiend certainly has a lot going for them in terms of moveset capabilities. They don't have a gun, and some Persona fans will say technically neither does Joker.
No, he has a gun. It's just the model gun.
It's just the model gun that's real in circumstance.
Now, Naoto has a gun. Like a legit gun.
Yeah.
It's like everybody else in P4 is like, I got a sword, I got daggers, I got my feet, I have a chair, I have a fan, I have a gun. What is wrong with you people?
Man, I wonder when Pokemon Gun is from.
Nah, I'm waiting for Pokemon Trebuchet.
That is actually a lot more likely than Pokemon Gun, so you might have something going here.
Yes.
Pokemon, it's not like the Fire Emblem crossover.
No. They wanted to do they wanted to do the SMT crossover, remember? But then they're like, oh, they already crossed over with Nobunaga, so we can't.
Oh yeah. That was so bizarre. That. All set. Atlas. Good choices. And now Radiant Historia, nice curveball. Let's see. So shall I procure my list? Is that where we're going with this?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Your turn.
Okay.
Hit me with your Atlas choice.
Starting out with sure thing. Starting with our 2s and 3s. My third pick, so in third place for me, is a Flynn from SMT4.
Oh, okay.
The main protagonist from Shin Megami Tensei 4. Not a game I played myself. I know when it came, like you, I had trepidation towards the series. Didn't really know too much about many of the Atlas titles before Smash, and that was my own ignorance. After a while, you just kind of coast along more of what you know when you don't have a whole lot of time to game,
right,
like you used to. But then and so I knew SMT4 was hugely celebrated when it came out. People were in love with the game. 3D it was a major hit for the 3DS. I played a tiny bit of the demo. I was like, okay, this is cool. And the makeup is so similar to Persona, but SMT came first. So it's interesting. Persona became more popular, probably because of the more pop culture aesthetic that it has. SMT being the pioneer, and now over the course of the last 2 or 3 SMT games, it's become more of like a cross filtration, and SMT and Persona both share so much of the same makeup. But SMT4 was quite a bit darker, so it went back into the Strange Journey era SMT, dark, gritty stuff, which was interesting. So Flynn, what keeps him at third is that he has a lot of the similar capabilities to the Demi Fiend, where there's potential for whispering to demons and having an assist in the moveset, that sort of thing. But he also uses, funnily enough, a gun. It's just a real gun. And I was like, okay, so clearly that would be the neutral special, and we already got that. But it's there, and I considered you. There's a little bit of trickery going on. Yeah, I did. I still am. Yeah. So I considered you Narukami as well. I just ultimately didn't go for him because there's a little bit of like 4D chess going on. It's like, you know what? It's a popular choice. Maybe let's just gonna pick him. So let's just go with one. Uh, for my number two, it's a game that I have played and was in love with. Um, from Vanillaware, the developer, but Atlas published it.
Okay.
So Vanillaware makes they were making 2D hand drawn platforming beat 'em up games before it was cool, and every indie studio in the world did basically. So they made Murdermouse of the Demon Blade, though that was published by Ignition, and they developed. Why am I blanking on the name?
I don't know.
Hold on, Odin Spear. That's right, Odin Spear. I wanted to say Valkyria Chronicles, which is a totally different game. Yeah. So they developed Odin Sphere as well, which is a beat 'em up kind of RPG title where you're traversing a totally hand-drawn world inspired by Norse mythology. And that's the general gist of it. So my secondary pick is Gwendolyn, the Valkyrie princess, who is capable of flight, who has all manner of ice and light-related magics, and also uses a spear, which is something that Smash really doesn't have, unless you count a few pretty sad instances from Byleth, the Ariad bar, which they shouldn't even hold.
Yeah.
So all said, spear user, ice magic, light magic, all things that are not really accounted for in Smash all that well. So there you go. Number one pick is also the Demon Fiend.
Naturally.
So we line up, and thank you, because you've actually played this game and you explained them pretty well. So it's like, yeah, they did all that stuff that Lister mentioned, and yeah, it's just SMT is the natural choice for the next Atlas character.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, and Demi Fiend represents the franchise, unless we go another couple years and it turns out SMT5, then it's the flagship franchise game.
Yeah.
It's still, as far as numeric titles goes, a pretty young series, even though it's been around for decades.
I mean, I feel
So,
like Atlas is definitely going to try and capture the Persona 5 magic to make SMT5 be like the big SMT and bring it more into the mainstream.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
P5,
like
and I would say like probably
Mhm.
Joker being under the Smash definitely helped, but P5 put Persona just like on a wider map for a lot of people. And I imagine they're
It's a
wanting to
major
try and do the
success.
same thing with SMT.
Yeah, so we'll see, because Joker is certainly the face of Persona now.
Currently. Who's it? I mean, you
And
was until P5 came out. He had several spin-offs.
mm-hmm, exactly. So we'll see, and they both star in like Persona Q and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well,
Interesting enough. So ish. Okay.
Persona Q was released before Persona 5. So only Personas 3 and 4 are
Uh,
involved in it. But then there's Persona Q2, which has all three
oh yeah,
casts,
right. Okay.
which is a
Okay.
lot of party members.
It is. It is. So there we go. That's Atlas.
That
That was
is
fun.
Atlas. Who do you want to choose? What company are you going to go with?
Let's go for beloved company of in recent years, Konami.
Konami. All right. All right.
Yep. Also represented in Smash through Simon and Richter and Snake. Why the hell did they need another one? Okay, let's just do it anyway. There's still some interesting stuff to sort through. We'll see. And so I guess since you started the previous round, then I'll go ahead into my picks first.
That's how this works. Yes.
Okay. My number 3 pick is Bomberman.
All right.
And yeah, it's a character who, when introduced as Mrs. Trophy in Ultimate, had people scratching their heads a little bit, because there's an iconicity behind the character, with Hudson Soft especially being such a good friend of Nintendo for many years, developing Mario Party titles. et cetera, et cetera. And having a legacy in their own right between Bomberman and Adventure Island and so on and so forth. But also functionally, the assist trophy works. He's dropping bombs; they blow up in a grid pattern, and that's pretty much Bomberman.
The first
Um,
third-party sister revealed too that didn't have a character in Smash, and that threw a lot of us off. We were just like,
yeah.
what? That's a
Uh
thing we
huh.
can do
Uh-huh.
now? Ooh.
Precisely. Precisely. And they did them well for what it is, and I have no gripes against that. Yeah, but we still have a third slot to fill. And there's there's Bomberman Land 2, certain types of bombs that could be used, ways to throw the bombs. Bomberman has come a long way since its initial run, so there's interesting ways you can keep the character going.
Right.
My number two is also an assist trophy in Smash already. It's Alucard,
All right. All right.
who, even though we already have Castlevania in Smash, Simon and Richter arguably represent old school Castlevania. The chain and whip, the chain whip rather, and cross and holy water and so on and so forth. The axe, um, iconic to that era of platforming gaming. You can't get away from incorporating them first.
Yeah.
But since we've already semi-broken the rule with having, oh, actually no, because Cloud and Sephiroth just totally blew that door open.
Yeah, they
Having
did. They
totally new
really did.
characters representing third parties. Yep. So it just doesn't matter. Alucard, especially in recent years, because of the Castlevania anime on Netflix, his popularity has soared. He was already probably the most popular character in Castlevania history
Probably.
prior. Symphony of the Night being the major title. Symphony of the Night is to Castlevania as to how Super Metroid is to Metroid, or Ocarina of Time is to The Legend of Zelda. There are games that are more technically proficient now, more impressive, but for the times that they were created in, they are cultural standards, and they will be forever remembered in the cockles of gaming history. So Alucard has a reputation, and there's interesting things he can do with the set. He uses a sword like a rapier as his major weapon, but he also has a whole menagerie of different techniques he can use because as he's fighting through Jack Rilla's castle, he's able to take on the abilities of the enemies he defeats. And he has his own little disposal of magic as well, vampire-related magic. So it's neat. It's neat. With all that said, my number one is Curve because I can do whatever the hell I want, basically.
It's true. You can. As long as
Basically,
it's a Konami
and
character, yeah.
it is a Konami character.
Is it a
It
pachinko
is a
machine?
Konami character. No, but that would be appropriate. It's actually a character exclusive to Metal Gear Survive.
Okay.
No,
Oh.
it's actually Shinoa, also from Castlevania.
Oh.
Order of Ecclesia, the kind of a redheaded stepchild in the Castlevania halls in terms of reach anyway. As far as cult appreciation, it's up there. People appreciate it. It's what I liked about this game is it came at a time when they were metering the difficulty of Castlevania titles. So Portrait of Ruin and Dawn of Sorrow both being on the DS prior, both great games, both easy. There's like no significant level scaling to speak of. You gather experience way too fast, and it becomes a cakewalk. It's like if you were to get into a Metroidvania, you should try Portrait of Ruin because it's easy.
Okay.
Order of
I will keep that
Ecclesia,
in mind.
um, yeah,
Because
yeah,
when it comes to
I was-
certain genres, I need baby mode because I'm not good at them.
exactly. It's easy. It's cool, but it's easy. And also, the main character's name is Jonathan.
Well, now I can't play it.
So,
Isn't it like
Jonathan
Jonathan
is
Morris or some
actually,
shit?
yeah, he's the son of a character from Castlevania Bloodlines, who I am forgetting his blanking his first name right now.
Well, he must
But he
not be
played more stuff.
important.
Mhm. not in the grand scheme of things. So Shinoa has many of the similar general ideas to how Alucard works, or how someone like Summer Cruise would work, where they are taking on souls to add to their collection. So there's a wide breadth of moveset options to take into account.
Mm-hmm.
Monster summoning, just adopting parts of monsters' movesets, magic, whatever. But there's also, this is like what Koji Igarashi did prior to leaving the company and creating Bloodstained. This is like the last major Castlevania game he worked on. And some of these same elements from Bloodstained first debuted in Order of Ecclesia, including kind of the rune system in Bloodstained, where Miriam is constantly sapping away her own energy while using these runes, eating away at her body. So it's an interesting mechanic. Would be a little annoying in Smash, I would assume. Oh well. I kind of just chose her because it's Alucard with a little bit of an extra oomph because you have more of a monster library to choose from, a little bit more of a magic library to choose from because it came a little further along. And I just love that game. It's a strong story that breaks a little bit away from the usual. Oh, the Belmonts do this thing and fight the Dracula. it's the black sheep. So giving the black sheep a nod.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's that.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Konami, for me, Konami was a little bit weird for me because I was like, when I was looking at these, I tried to look at like, I looked up what all the games were each of these companies had made, and I was like, okay, let's keep in mind all these different series, and we'll take a look at some of them. Some caught my eye, some different, and Konami had a few oddities that caught my eye, and one of them made it to my number 3 just because the idea amused the fuck out of me. This is a old
Oh my god.
game about a mouse with a sword and a jetpack. It's Sparkster from Rocket Knight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know shit about it, but a mouse with a sword and a jetpack which just spoke to me. It's like, yes, this is awesome, amazing. I don't know you, but you made it to number 3 for me in Konami Land. Good enough.
It's a cool retro choice.
Yeah. There were quite a few retrofits with Konami that I was like, oh man, that's actually kind of cool. I was considering Twin B as well.
Yeah.
But I had to give the nod to Sparkster. I had to do it. My number 2 is Alucard. I mean, if you're going to have another Castlevania character, it's going to be Alucard. It
was only a question of if it was going to be your number 1 or not.
He wasn't, because again, I want to have different franchises be represented than ones that are already in Smash. Mm-hmm. This is how I operate. Right. So we're just going to speak to my number 1 because I don't have much to say about the other 2 of them. From a game that I have not played, but my brother Twilix has and really enjoys. In fact, he has a Let's Play of the first game up on our YouTube channel, Select Gaming. Check it out. It's also deals. Konami apparently makes multiple series about slaying vampires, but with one you slay them with whips, and the other a solar gun. It's Django from Boktai.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I really only know the character because he had crossovers with the Mega Man Battle Network games, which were big loves for me. Love those games a lot. And you actually get to use his solar gun as a battle chip, and it is fucking powerful. It's so good. And I just think the idea of this kid who uses a gun powered by the sun that shoots solar bullets, has a solar axe, a solar sword, a solar blades, all this shit, and he goes fights vampires. That is just really cool. Yeah. I'm very interested in Boktai. I think it's a really cool thing. The original games even had a solar sensor on the cartridge, encouraging you to go play the game outside in the sun, because if you're out in the sunlight, the solar sensor in game is more powerful, making your weapon stronger. So that's crazy cool. If you play, I mean, you can play inside without the sun if you want, but you're strong if you're actually playing the game outside. And I think, a lot of companies have been trying to do things to get people more, primarily Nintendo, really, has been trying to do things to make people more active when they're playing games. With things like Pokemon Go, Ring Fit Adventure, Wii Fit. But honestly, I think the way they did it for Boktai is a really inventive way. And I got to give Konami major credit for that.
Yeah. To think that this all started because Kojima wanted his own children to walk outside.
And they didn't.
Yeah.
Instead, he had to make a game about walking from one side of the country to the other with a ladder and a baby.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Good times.
The only way he can make his children go outside is if he carries them with him in a backpack.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there's some guy named like Dead or Alive Man there.
Yeah, that's confirmed. Dead or Alive Man is the final boss.
Yeah. There you go. There's heptic bombs.
Speaking of Dead or Alive, you know what my ex company is? not the Dead or Alive company. It's not Koei Tecmo. Sorry, we'll get there, but that's not the next one I'm picking. I'm actually going to go with. Let's get to a company that's not represented in Smash yet. At least not represented with a character. They do have some Smash content. That's going to be Ubisoft. We're going to them next. Ubisoft has had quite the relationship with Nintendo as of late. Between the Rayman, or not Rayman, Rayman had the trophy in Smash 4. We've got Travis Touchdown Costume and Ultimate. Mario and Rabbids. 2 games of that now. Star Fox being in Starlink. Really thought we were going to get an Ubisoft character after all that, but we haven't yet. But as for my thoughts of the company, I've actually I haven't actually played an Ubisoft game really. I mean, I played like a tiny bit of Rayman, like 30 minutes of Rayman, like old school PlayStation Rayman, but that's all I've done. Oh, I guess that's not true. I did play a little bit of an Assassin's Creed once, and I was not good. Again, not my style. It's the kind of game I gotta watch and not play. But for Ubisoft, my number 3, I'm gonna go with Travis Touchdown from No More Heroes. Travis is he's a colorful character. He says a lot of things that you wouldn't expect in a Nintendo game to be said. I just think he'd be a fun enough character. We talked about him on a previous Smash Dash episode along with Kelly. I think he'd be fun. My second pick from Ubisoft though is actually going to be Rayman. He's not my winner, even though he is the face of the company. I do feel like Rayman definitely should be in Smash at this point. Like, come on, what the hell is the deal? Get him the fuck in. He's the brand of the company, and they've had so much connection with Nintendo. It's just very strange that he's not in the game, and especially not even as an assist trophy.
Even
when they put in fucking Bomberman. If you're gonna put Bomberman as an assist trophy in Ultimate, you could put Rayman as an assist trophy at minimum. Come on.
Yep.
It was just the trophy thing. Yeah, Smash 4, Rayman and Glowbox get trophies. The only third-party game to have trophies in Smash 4, but not a character. What the fuck? It's weird. What happened? There had to be a reason behind that.
No clue.
Like, I would have understood Namco just getting a random character trophy because they helped work on the game. But Ubisoft? What?
So bizarre. So bizarre. Makes you think there's greater powers at work.
My number 1 character, though, from Ubisoft, it's a character we've talked about before. And to be honest, you could probably swap this character out with other ones in their same kind of category. But I went with this one just because, like, they're kind of the face of it all. And that's Ezio Auditore. Get some Assassin's Creed in there.
There you go.
Rayman and Assassin's Creed feel like the 2 franchises from Ubisoft that have the best chances. And while worthiness is a very not great word to use when talking about Smash speculation, they're the 2 series that I feel like from Ubisoft most deserve a rep. That's just they just feel Smash to me. Like if we can get like Snake and Bayonetta and Joker and Terry and all these other serious characters, we can get an assassin in there. And whether it's Ezio, who is the face of He's kind of like the main assassin really in the series. He's the leader of the Assassin's Creed 2 trilogy. Whether it's him or Cassandra from the newest game, who I considered for this spot as well, I really don't care. I just feel like give me an assassin in there. They fight really well in Smash. I'm down for it.
Agree. Yeah, they say so long as it's not Connor. I liked Assassin's Creed 3, just not as much as the other games. Anyway, I liked it better than Syndicate. And the ones that I didn't play, I liked it better than those two. Unity was kind of a mess. All said, Cole, and we also did a Smashtopia episode on SEO and his four songs as we went through many a time.
We did.
On moveset, Way Up Trail really helped us develop it. He's such an FCO fan and an Assassin's Creed 2 fan. Good episode. Yeah, and what the fuck is up with Rayman? We'll get to it because my number 3 choice for Ubisoft outright is a more recent character that doesn't belong to either of those franchises. It's Phoenix from Immortals.
Oh.
Phoenix Rising.
The Greek mythology Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, the Greek mythology Breath of the Wild, to be even more precise. Just like with a little comedy element thrown in there, some RPG elements thrown in there. Really doesn't seem like that much bad of a game. I think it would fit with Nintendo really well, considering that it was kind of a rip of Nintendo to begin with. I don't know the game that well. Haven't played it myself. Waiting on a bigger sale than what's been out there for it. And also, the name change is still baffling to me. It's like so utterly generic. It was called Gods and Monsters before. That just seemed like a cleaner title. Phoenix, right?
I mean, you say generic, but Gods and Monsters sounds pretty fucking generic to me.
Yeah, it just sounds cooler.
Like that sounds like the name for any JRPG ever.
Yeah.
Like a JRPG is not over until you've killed God with the power of friendship.
Well, let's get to it then. Just kidding. But that would be weird in our case because you're both my friend and God. So
it's true.
Very true. Very true. So in this case, I just see like you kind of get these rocket powered wings, some brute force gladiator stuff. You can move stuff around with stasis. Oh, I mean
magnesis.
Whatever stasis is called in that game, magnesis as well. Magnesis and stasis are both in Immortals, and I just call it something different, and it works functionally the same. And it kind of operates in the beat 'em up style with the moves with the melee too. So there's some meat there. To be honest, the Assassin's Creed Rayman are going to be in some order next because can't get away with it. And the third choice is always going to be kind of a toss up. I could see Phoenix being something where they're like, oh, well, we got this character too. You want to like put him in there? So it's just kind of because it's the more recent thing.
Whenever they update Link to be whatever the next Zelda game is, they gotta preserve Breath of the Wild Link somehow.
Yeah, precisely. Let's see here. So that's that. My number 2 is Ezio. For the same reasons that you mentioned already. The face of the franchise, the Cloud Strife of Assassin's Creed, essentially. Very iconic to the series. Kind of when the series first started to take off. They've since innovated again with Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla with the way that they incorporated more action RPG elements into the combat.
Mm-hmm.
But Ezio kind of represents the classic Assassin's Creed that many fans still want to get back to. And his story spanned 3 games. It's just obvious that if there were an assassin, it's him. It is him.
I feel like it would either be him or whoever's the most recent assassin at the time.
Yeah. Cassandra, though, I think Odyssey was more received than Valhalla and still has more of a cultural aspect, too. So Cassandra, in this case, I think would be the clear choice with the RPG side of it. And tucked right in between all of those, it's my favorite little assassin, the pirate boy, Edward Kelly. Great game. There's a lot. There's good games. I mean, Assassin's Creed kind of gets that bad bill because there was a time when I was like, here's Assassin's Creed every single fucking year.
Yeah.
And they slowed down. They slowed down deservedly.
Because they knew
But
that
they
they
never
needed to.
exactly.
I wish
But
some other
amidst all
franchises would
that,
take that
bloat,
lesson.
yeah. Even amidst that bloat, though, they never turned out a bad game. I'd say that at the very least. Number one, those Rayman. For all the reasons that you already listed, it is of all the characters that are not in Smash, his inclusion is his exclusion rather might be the most baffling.
It's very noticeable. If it hadn't, if you didn't have
Mm-hmm.
that random trophy in Smash Four, I probably wouldn't think much about it. But just that they did that, just what is
Yeah,
going on? It
yeah, and
makes me
they've been
wonder
such
if he
close
was
friends.
planned, but then it
Yeah,
just got dropped.
precisely. I can't imagine that they have the same coding issues like Sakurai had for Scapan and Melee.
Yeah.
I just don't see that happen on modern tech with the floating lens. You can make it work. You can make it
If anything,
work.
just add limbs to make them be invisible.
Eh, yeah, and then just move his hands around.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Totally strange, but so be it. Not a whole lot much else to say. Other than a Rayman Legends styled stage would be awesome. Throwing that out at the beginning. Also, Rabbid Peach can go to hell. Keep that away. Keep that away.
But the Rabbid Peach Assist Trophy.
Assist trophy's fine.
Okay.
Just don't
Just
make
no
that the character.
character. Fair enough.
I can see them trying,
What about
and it
Rabbid
scares.
Cranky?
Yes, but that's never happening. And also no at the same time because where's fucking regular cranky?
But he rides the Roomba.
You make a fair point. We'll discuss this in therapy.
Okay. See you there. Next Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool.
We have to, yeah. Ever since William died, we don't have. There's like no one else going to our person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho, what company are you going with next?
Let's go with. Well, we just did a company that wasn't. Well, we actually. That's illogical because we did two companies that were in Smash and then we did one that wasn't. So I'll even out. I'll choose another company that is not in Smash, and that company will be kind of an oddball one. Let's get Rockstar out of the way.
Rockstar. All right.
Yep.
Rockstar Games. It's definitely one I had some issues with.
I can imagine. It's a Western company with, and they develop even when the game's themes are quite different. They use a very similar engine amongst each other. It's kind of the same drab adventure kind of titles. You love them or you don't. Cult classics all the same. So there's interesting characters at the very least. When you just don't know them that well, it's like okay, you just throw a dart at something.
Fair enough.
And with that said, my third choice is the Bully from Bully, Rockstar
Okay.
Games.
A game I've
And
heard of, and I don't really know anything about it. So.
yeah, I'm not sure how he redeems himself, but the basis of it is that you go around a preppy school, like a private academy high school, as a little shit child.
All
and
right.
and the basis of it, it's set up kind of like a Hitman title where you're traversing mission based goals to my assumption, and those goals are to unleash hell upon the teachers and children and students of this faculty because you're the bully. So
Classic.
and honestly, I don't know a whole lot about the game. Haven't seen that much gameplay. Just haven't had the time to look at it, even though we planned this months ahead. Forgot. It happens. We're dealing with what, like almost like 50 characters here. So
A lot.
just whatever you can do from a technical standpoint to embrace that energy of having a mischievous, petulant character like that doesn't have to be taken that seriously from a company whose games are almost consistently taken seriously. Be fun, be bizarre, be interesting. Number 2 is a character we talked about in Smasher Dashers, Trevor Phillips from Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto has seen a lot of revitalizations over the years. It's a massive franchise, hugely celebrated throughout the gaming community by and large. Grand Theft Auto 5, though, I mean, it's been going on forever.
It's their Skyrim.
Yeah, precisely. So talking about like a Persona 5 and what that's done for Atlas. So I look at what Grand Theft Auto 5 has done for Rockstar. It is ridiculous. And yeah, it is like their Skyrim. Next thing you know, we're going to be playing GTA 5 online.
I mean, there are 3 games. Every time a new console gets announced, there are 3 games that get pretty much immediately announced for that console. Grand Theft Auto 5, Skyrim, and Minecraft. They're on everything. It's like, good God.
Uh-huh.
It's like, just give us GTA 6 and Elder Scrolls 6 already, for fuck's sake. Give us something new.
And if you really want to be interested in like his moveset potential, dear listener, you can check out our Smasher Dash episode about it, where Trevor Phillips went up against Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza. And but I chose him because he's probably the most popular character in GTA 5, which is why we chose him for the Smasher Dash. And he's wily and crazy, but he has a heart of gold, believe it or not. So it's interesting from a character standpoint. Whereas for the model of the GTA character, you could, in theory, have Trevor swap out with a number of the characters and have it be the same moveset. Nothing's lost.
Yeah.
Number 1 is probably not to your surprise, John Marston. Red Dead Redemption. I like Red Dead Redemption as kind of the middle ground between the mischief of the Grand Theft Auto and more serious nature, like an LA noir. So it hits that perfect number, and it kind of kickstarted that interest in a Western genre. So Smash deals with a lot of archetypes, generally speaking. They don't have a cowboy.
They don't.
So and John is a cowboy through and through. Give him his usual weapons. He has a rifle, a Colt, whatever. But what I'm more interested in, the rope, the horse, the fencing, the whatever the hell makes him more like a cowboy. You can it's like Snake adapted into Smash as a little bit more of a wacky character than he's portrayed in Metal Gear Solid. And I see John Marston being translated the same. Then you're choosing between him and John is Red Dead Redemption 2 is the better game, but John Marston is the more celebrated character.
Makes sense.
So it goes. And that's that.
All right. Well, for me, Rockstar was one of the companies that I struggled with because I don't know this company like at all. There's only one Rockstar game I think I've actually played. Like I played like a little bit of GTA as a kid. Like I got a friend left. I think it was GTA 1 for the original PlayStation.
Oh, wow.
A friend left it at my house.
Back in the day.
Yeah, it was a top-down game. That's how different this was from back then. And I played a little bit of that, and I was just like, okay, that's I'm done with it. I didn't care about it that much.
Yeah.
But I've never really followed them as a company. There's going to be a few others that I struggled with, but Rockstar was definitely one of them. My number 3, though, is Jimmy Hopkins from Bully. It's the Bully from Bully.
There you go. There you go.
I didn't have a whole lot to choose from, so I'm just like, the Bully. Yeah, I mean, it could be fun to just be like this little shit.
At least you knew
He's
his
just like,
name.
I just push him on. I just use him to push another character to the ground, and I point and laugh because now they're in pain. I don't know. I don't fucking find it.
You gotta offer them some movie down.
My number 2 is a character that we've talked about on the podcast. In a Smasher Dash episode. It's Trevor Phillips from GTA 5. I mean, again, what the fuck am I gonna do if I'm Rockstar? I don't know. But I thought, when we discussed Trevor in that episode, he sounded like he would never get in Smash. He sounded like he could be like, at least like a fun kind of character to be in. Like, okay, he'd just be like a generic kind of gun and smash them with a crowbar or whatever. But his design, the way he would move, any lines he would have, would just be like so not usual for Smash. That I think would be fun.
I feel like if Waluigi were a real person.
I mean, okay, yeah, I see that. Scarily, but I see that. Now I'm worried. Oh dear. Let's just move on. My number one from Rockstar is from Red Dead Redemption. You want to take a guess?
I must be Buster Sacks.
It's Arthur Morgan.
Is
I
it?
chose the other cowboy. No real reason why I picked him over John. I'll just like odds. Because I honestly, every time we talk about these two, I can never remember which one is which. And I just randomly be like, Arthur, that's the name I remember. We'll do Arthur Morgan. We'll have our cowboy man in there. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's different between the two characters or the games.
I can give you the base idea.
I wouldn't be surprised if
Arthur
Sakurai
is
pulls
more
a
of a brawl.
Castlevania and he just adds in both Arthur and John and makes them echoes of each other like he did with Simon and Richter. I would not be surprised. I'm sure somebody
That
will
could be
yell
easily done.
blasphemy at me because they can do different things. I don't know. Sue me. I don't know. But
At the end of the day, they're just guys living in the same world. It's not that crazy to think they could share some stuff.
plus, wasn't Arthur in
So-
like John's gang or some shit? Or was it the other way around?
Yeah, no, they were in Arthur eventually led that gang. They're both in Dutch's gang,
Okay.
and so yeah.
So
Red Dead
it's
being that.
so it's understandable that either of them could have taught the other different techniques.
Precisely.
There you go. That's
Precisely.
how they're clones of each other. Get it done.
There you go. And for those who've seen the finales of both of these games, fans know that Arthur and John also have one other thing in common.
I'm guessing they both die because it's
Maybe.
a western, and in westerns,
Uh,
people die. The heroes, the anti-heroes don't tend to survive.
So it goes. Quite often, yes.
All right. Well, that was Rockstar.
Leonardo. All right.
Something
There
I
you
wanted
go.
to mention at the top of the whole bingo board discussion is we're not looking at this as new characters to add the ultimate. We're just looking at it as characters to add to the next Smash. So that's why we
Right.
can discuss Ezio, even though he has a costume in Ultimate. Same with Travis Touchdown, because we don't care. We're talking about the next game.
Right. Precisely. All that said, what company are you going for?
I'm going to go for Bethesda.
Okay. Let's do
Bethesda,
it.
another company that I have not had a whole lot of experience with. I've seen some gameplay. I watched my brother play through parts of Fallout 4. I also watched William Trail play through parts of Fallout 4. I've seen a little bit of the original Doom. I played like the first hour or two of Skyrim in preparation for that Fighters Pass 2 episode we did where I put Dragonborn on my list. I don't think he's getting in anymore. But at the time, I thought they were good odds.
Yeah.
But for my actual list here for Bethesda, number 3 from Fallout, I have the Vault Boy. Not an actual character from Fallout, just like the mascot little guy. He's in the menus. He's in like the little training videos. He's like an in-universe promotional character. And when it's a franchise where the characters are essentially avatars, and you design them, you name them, everything they are is just whatever you choose. Sometimes it's kind of difficult to make something with that into a character.
Yeah.
Because it's just like a blank slate. What are you going to do? So I decided, you know what? A better way to represent Fallout is just use the little guy. The little guy in his little vault jumpsuit. He's got his slick blonde hair, and he can have a Pip-Boy on his arm. He can use a gun. Fuck it, who cares? He can do anything another Fallout character can do. His final smash is the power suit, or power armor, whatever the hell it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. For my number two, we're going with Doom Guy, or some might call him the Doom Slayer. I just figure, okay, it's one of the big franchises with Bethesda. Doom's kind of got to be in consideration here. I feel like he'd be. He's like if Master Chief said, "Fuck it, I feel like beating somebody to death with their arms today." That's kind of Doom Guy. He went to Mars. He's went to hell. He fights demons. It's just kind of his thing to just destroy.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be a little violent for Smash, but we've discussed Trevor Phillips and the Trapper. So, who cares? Who cares? My number one, though.
Another good episode. Smash or Dash.
True. My number one, if it's not going to be Fallout, if it's not going to be Doom, there's only one thing left. Elder Scrolls. Specifically, no surprise, it's the Dragonborn. Who else would it be? If you're going to have, there's other games in the Elder Scrolls franchise, but Dragonborn is the face. Again, it's another series that has different settings, different characters in each game, and yes, he is also an avatar, but compared to Fallout, he has more of a... How do I put this? That when you think of the Dragonborn, there's a certain design that you think of. They've got the helmet with the horns. They're dressed up. It's just there's a look that you think of this character, and you kind of have this generic promotional version of them. Fallout doesn't really have that.
Right.
And well, I'm not really familiar with the other Elder Scrolls titles. Dragonborn is very well known in the gaming community. Again, every console has Skyrim. He's got various weaponry. He's got magics. He's got the dragon skills. He can shout "Fuss Row Die" as his standard special, just like push other people away. There's plenty of material for them to choose from for him. I've thought about making a moveset for him before, but I just never pulled the trigger because, again, he's one of those characters that they just have a lot to choose from, and sometimes that's daunting.
Yeah. A Skyrim stage would be awesome too.
I nominated High Hrothgar in that Fighters Pass 2 episode we did.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny how far off we both were in mindset. But so it goes.
I mean, that's how it usually goes, really.
Exactly. Okay, all really solid picks, collectively representing the three franchises Bethesda is best known for, and for good reason. So I guess we'll just jump into this. My third pick is the Vault Boy. In Fallout, it's just a character that you create as your avatar. There's no standard base. You just create them, you name them, you're out there in the world. So the Vault Boy, being an ubiquitous character that you see on signage and screens and tutorials, it could be representative with iconic of the franchise. And you can give him the Pit Boy, you can give him all these magic things, the Vault Armor, then hunky dory, there you go. One thing I will add is that it's a 2D character on the signage. It could be a 2D character like Game & Watch in the game. Potential.
I mean, he does have a 3D me costume that just looks just like him. They did
precisely.
That's when they did a really good job with that one. I'm proud.
They did. My number 2 is Doom Guy, otherwise known as Doom Slayer to some in the more recent reiterations of the games, like Master Chief, if he decided to just go all out one day and say, "Hey, I'm gonna rip off my enemy's arms and beat them to death with it." And there's a good episode that we did with your brother Twilix about Master Chief and Doom Guy and Smash or Dash earlier this year.
We did.
I recommend you check it out. There's the BFG. There's the
railgun.
Chainsaw. Railgun. All manner of vicious weapons. I nearly, I was going to spoil that episode. I was just promoted. So, my number 1 pick is pretty much this leaves Elder Scrolls on the table for popular choices from Bethesda. And what other choices there than particularly Skyrim, which is it's on every system you can imagine at this point. And the Dragonborn, who unlike the Fallout avatar, They um, have this baseline default design that you can choose, that you can base it off of. Maybe you can pull from various races for the alternate costumes.
Yeah.
Um,
That's
and
something I would
call
want
it,
to
call
see
it.
is like keep the basic armor, but like each costume, it's actually like a different person under it. Change the gender,
Yeah.
change the race, change some of their facial
hmm
features. Fuck it, go for it. Show
Smash will
off the
never
character
be complete
customization
until,
aspect.
yeah, precisely. Smash will never be complete until we can play as a Khajiit. So let's see. So all said, um, funny you chose Bethesda right after Rockstar, because that's one we were
Yeah.
almost flush with Rockstar, and now we're totally flush here. So that's
Gosh dang it.
great. I imagine that's not going to happen many more times though, if at all. So the
Oh,
Western ones are just kind of, because I don't know. Western developers in general don't have the same just like crazy amounts of IP to choose from.
yeah.
So it just kind of is what it is. That being said, I would like to choose another Western developer.
Go for it.
And that Western developer is one that is represented in Nintendo already, and Smash already, rather, being Microsoft.
Microsoft. All right.
Mhm, mhm. So, Microsoft, you have the Microsoft characters actual exclusive. They've been snatching up companies a little bit left and right, trying
A
to
little bit.
develop their Game Pass, etc., etc.
Such as
Mm-hmm.
Bethesda.
Yeah, such as Bethesda, such as Mojang, such as Rare, more previously. And my third character is a rare character, that being
Who?
Conquer the
Oh,
Squirrel.
okay.
Yeah. Um, at this point, Bad Fur Day is such an ubiquitous thing; it would have to be based off Bad Fur Day, and not the child-friendly individual that was on that one little Game Boy title where you shot around a little um, slingshot, and that was about it. And not the little friend from Diddy Kong Racing either, just full-on lunacy.
Just full on bad mouth and Squirrel Boy.
Yeah, and I don't know how they're getting. They would not be allowed to swear, at least all that much. So it would be funny to find the workarounds.
His trailer
It
would
would
be
be,
about him. Like there'd be a section in his trailer just him trying to get around the profanity filters.
yeah, and it's Conker has developed into almost a Deadpool-like character in video games.
I mean, he does break the fourth
In that
wall.
respect, and also,
I think.
exactly, exactly, a lot like Gex, but successful. This makes me feel like Sakurai under a spotlight. Um, that's pretty much all I can say to the character. But it's there. My second choice is actually the obvious choice. So I'm going Master Chief for number two.
Really, number two is Master Chief.
Crushingly enough. And, we go through the nines. I'm sure that, or at least we can. I don't know if he's on your list. I can only just assume. But Halo being a franchise that you played a lot more than me. But clearly, I mean, if they ended this Spider Pass with Master Chief, which probably won't happen, but if he finishes the fight, that could be the best possible way you could probably end the Spider Pass in terms of hype.
In terms of hype, in terms of like marketing, Master Chief
Mm-hmm.
finishes the fight is the premier way to end the fighter pass.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and that's why he's my number two. My number one is Gruntilda.
What? Grunt? Why? Like everything else you said, I'm like, okay, yeah, I get this character. Get this character. Like Gruntilda is your number one. Okay, all right. Give me the reason.
Give Banjo more loving, and he's gonna come out of his hole, and you're gonna get Banjo 3 on the Switch and the Xbox. It'll be a great old time. And also she can like rhyme, and at one point she dies, and also there's like funny magic you can do, and she floats around. and it's kind of a troll pick because I just didn't want Master Chief to be my number one. I also wouldn't be mad if Gruntilda were in. It would be really fucking weird. It'd be really weird. But haha.
I think you're gonna kick yourself
Oh,
when you pick by. No,
and
go
she
on.
killed Bottle that one time.
Oh, who cares about bottles?
I don't know.
Nobody cares about bottles.
Should have been Bottles. It was my choice, right?
I think you're gonna kick yourself a little bit when you realize that you did Gruntilda as a troll pick. When you realize who my number 3 and number 2 are from Microsoft.
Okay.
My number 3, I'm pretty sure it's a rare character. I'm pretty sure it's very mid this game. It's Rash from Battletoads.
Oh yeah.
There were better troll picks than Gruntilda. Never played Battletoads, but it is well known for being a fuck you, go shit in a hole and die game. It is fast paced. If you hit anything, you're just fucking dead. Don't touch things. It's a frog man who punches and kicks, and his punch kicks get stronger. He has a brother named Zitz and a brother named Pimple. I bet you can tell where these names came from. They got a new game recently in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't make a 4th character, considering it's a multiplayer game, so that they could have 4 people playing, but, whatever. Not a big deal. I'm pretty sure fans would have rioted if they made a 4th, but hey, it happens.
Yeah.
My number 2 for Microsoft, I was surprised to find them under the Microsoft banner. Eddie Riggs from Brutal Legend. Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Get Jack Black in Smash. Fuck. Give him his axe guitar, give him his fucking battle axe, his lightning, his fire, his earth shaking abilities. Give it to me. We discussed him on his recent Smash Deaths episode, actually, where he was up against what's his name?
Bridges.
From Death Stranding. He was against that guy.
And Porter Bridges.
Yeah. So that was a fun matchup. And Eddie, man, he'd just be a treat. No surprise though.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I looked up and see look, he's the company that made him is a company under Microsoft. I don't know what they were at the time, but they are now. So
they are now.
As far as I'm concerned, that counts. My number 1 though, no surprise to anybody. If you're a Microsoft fan, you know this character. It's Riptor from Killer Instinct. Nah, it's Master Chief. Come on. You may not want to make him be on your number 1, but there's no denying that the Chief has to represent Microsoft. He's not doing it yet in Smash, but he's gotta. Come on. Personally, I don't really care about Halo itself. I've never been that into it. I'm just not good at shooters. But the Chief is fine. Despite not really caring much about it, I have played through the whole or most of the series with Twilix. We were doing recordings for it to upload to the YouTube channel, but unfortunately, at some point during Halo 3, he stopped capturing audio and he didn't bother to check until 3 games later when we were playing Halo 4. So
Holy shit.
At some point, we're going to have to go back and re-record all of Halo 3, ODST, Reach, and whatever amount of 4 we got into, which sucks. And,
Nightmare.
I'm not good at the game, but it was at least fun to play, and nobody can deny what Chief has done for gaming, especially for the FPS community. You just can't do that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I deserve it. Top pick for Microsoft, one might say.
I believe so, yes.
Right there beside Gruntilda.
Oh. Well, I mean, they both like green.
Yeah, they're both green. That's right.
Yeah.
Master Chief sings a lot too.
Next company. We've got quite a bit filled out in a certain corner of the bingo board, so I'm going to go to the opposite side here. Maybe start filling in a little bit of spots there. We're going to go Valve. Let's do Valve next. When it comes to games themselves, they're a relatively smaller company, but
Hmm.
they are the masters of Steam.
Yeah.
If you are a PC gamer, you probably know who Valve is only because of Steam. If only because of Steam, rather. Or maybe you use the EA Game Store or Uplay or the Epic Games Launcher.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But most people, probably I would say most people use Steam.
Yeah.
Uh,
Get Jonesy with it.
yeah. They've had a few big franchises that people are fans of. So when it comes to my three for Valve, my number three is The Heavy from Team Fortress 2.
Yeah.
I've played it a little bit. Again, it's a shooting game, so I'm not great at it. But of all the characters, the ones that I feel like have the most potential for Smash are the Heavy and the Scout. And I think the Heavy would just be
Mhm.
more fun. You have this big old guy who's got a fucking minigun that he calls Natasha. He heals himself by eating a sandwich. The Heavy is just he's just a good old guy. He's just fun.
Yeah.
I would love the Heavy
Respect.
being in Smash would just be a great treat. Number
Mm.
two,
Right.
a character on Smashtopia, but not created by either of us. Chell
Hmm.
from Portal. There's there's some fun stuff that you could do with Chell and Smash. You got the companion cube, you got GLaDOS, you got Wheatley, you got gel that makes you jump, gel that makes you fast, you got turrets, you got the portal gun. I shoot a
Oh yeah.
portal over here, I shoot a portal over there, I run through this portal, I appear over there. Doing portals in Smash would be pure chaos. Sakurai would probably put himself in the hospital trying to program it. Which is part of why
Uh-huh.
Chell should never be in Smash. I think about that because you can't do her without portals, and I do not see portals programming nicely. Oh boy. Good God. I feel bad for whoever has to do that someday in 2043.
Not too far from now.
No, it's only in 3 years.
Yeah.
But Chell would be. I think she'd bring a lot to Smash and be pretty cool. But number one though is probably would not be the number one for most people from Valve.
Hmm.
Because most people would probably say either Chell or Gordon. But I'm not saying either of them. No, I'm saying Bill. Bill Overbeck from Left 4 Dead. Now, personally, when it comes to Left 4
Ah.
Dead games, I prefer Left 4 Dead 2. And I play Nick in Left 4 Dead 2. And even then in Left 4 Dead 1, I play Francis. Uh,
Hmm.
just, you get the big old. You had the con man in one game, then you had the biker man in another game. But Bill is definitely the fan favorite of the series. There's no denying it. He is your war veteran who's just out here, just like I'm gonna take all these. I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna take as many of these goddamn fucking zombies with me as possible. And he leads his team in Left 4 Dead 1. He meets the Left 4 Dead 2 team in a special mission, and he was even picked to be added into Dead by Daylight as a survivor, and is one of the ones that I enjoy playing. They also added
Hmm.
in skins for, well, not really skins, but like the outfits from the other characters from the first game. So I like to use Francis's outfit whenever I play as Jake, but that's a different game. But Bill, I mean,
Right.
Left 4 Dead, honestly, there's not a whole lot that would be really available that's unique because okay, you got rifles, you have snipers, you have shotguns, pistols, and you have a variety of different melee weapons: baseball bats, cricket bats, golf clubs, axes, chainsaws as well, um, frying pans. You could even do some kind of move with like one of the zombies, like maybe his up special involves the smoker, which has like a gigantic tongue that it can shoot like a fucking projectile, and it just wraps around him and pulls him up. Like you could do something like that, I
Yeah.
guess. I mean, Jill in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 summons a zombie that she pushes towards somebody, so he could do something like that.
Hmm.
He's of the ones I've mentioned, and really of Valve's franchises, Left 4 Dead is really the harder one to create a moveset for. But goddamn, is it the one I want?
Yeah. I don't blame you. That was a surprise. first pick. The other two, you kind of see them coming,
Yeah.
but that was a surprise pick.
It won't be my only surprise as we go through things. Like most of my picks, at least from the top pick, I think are like either the obvious choice or it's an understandable choice. But I do think Bill is definitely one of the ones that people go like, oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so mine. To be honest, it's going the way that people probably saw yours going. My third choice is the heavy for the choices that for the reasons that you've already specified. My second choice is Chow for the reasons you've already specified. And also, Trophies of Mr. Michelle is really good. I think that's one of his best.
Yeah.
Um, so check that out if you wanted to. My number one is Gordon. It's Gordon Freeman, Half-Life, the game that will never get a true third sequel. Um,
What about Half Life 2 Chapter 2?
yeah, and Half-Life Alex.
Yeah.
Um, Steam, to think that Valve put out an entire console before all said, you can hit people with a crowbar just like Trevor, but without all the psychological issues.
It's true.
Without the besides the portal gun from Portal, you also have the gravity gun from Half-Life, which could mess things up a little bit without being as much of a programming hell nightmare. He also has the bug bait weapon, which is interesting. You can summon various giant nuclear affected bugs to attack people, or have an antlion carry him forward into the air, whatever. It was a wacky up special. So that there's more there than you would imagine. There's rifles in Half-Life, but they like don't shoot out regular ammunition like pulses or shadow balls or whatever. So there's more than enough there to make it an interesting character, I think, without breaking Smash at the same time. So go, before I don't know, maybe there wouldn't be a Steam without first being a Gordon Freeman. So ode to him. It's giving Gordon the spotlight where I should have given Master Chief once. Bada bing, bada boom. Also, you mentioned filling out one side of the map over the other, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I totally forgot how this was oriented because I just see your face on Discord and not on OBS.
I mean,
So
you have an old screenshot of what the bingo board looks like.
I have the picture. I'm like, okay, now I just brought up the picture. So I'm gonna help fill out that side of the map too. Let's go for Capcom next.
Okay, Capcom, a big one.
Something that has far too many characters to pick from. There's no, yeah, it's a well of opportunity.
It truly is.
It truly is. So let's see where we're going here. My number three choice is a choice that was many people's number one from Capcom up until recently when he came out as a new fighter. So it's Dante from Devil May Cry, a franchise that would easily make it into Smash, translate very well over, similar, akin to Bayonetta, just without much of the same controversy, since it's an older series. Kind of, there wouldn't be a Bayonetta without Devil May Cry coming first.
True.
Both Kamiya initially led titles too, so those very crazy combo centric character using all manner of swords and guns and demon magic, bada bing, bada boom. There you go. My number two is Phoenix. Phoenix being someone I could easily see being your number one. I'll consider previous discussions where even have a hint that maybe he can make it into as the final Fighter Pass character, which I wouldn't be opposed to.
I'd love it.
It's a wacky, yeah, precisely. It's a wacky choice of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 has already proven that it could be done. Smash, with the way that it's oriented, can probably do it better.
Yeah.
As you have already exemplified, on the Smash W Wiki. Speaking of plugs, uh, so I'm sure you can speak more to him, but let's just get to my number one. It's an offbeat pick, but I think it's understandable. Um, there's a lot of choices to sort through when you bring up the name Resident Evil.
There are.
Resident Evil is to Capcom. It's their flagship. It's the flagship franchise of the new Capcom. Mega
Okay,
Man,
that's
the
fair.
flagship franchise of classic Capcom. Once Resident Evil 4 hit the screens in 2004, it was all over. It became a major franchise for them, which would make you think it might be Leon, because Resident Evil 4 really put them on the map. Resident Evil 1, you had those weird tank controls. It was innovative for the time, but it was never going to sustain itself as a series through contemporary times with that layout. And Jill oriented, she was the face of the series at first. Would be a great choice in my opinion. I would not be against her. In fact, I like her more than Leon personally, because along with Leon's, in franchising the IP basically, he also just comes across as very slightly generic, and not in general, just in comparison to some of the other picks you got. Of course, he's not Chris Redfield, so at least he has that going for him.
True.
So he also became ugly in Resident Evil 7, so he also has that going for him. And then you have Seven and Village. There's not really a whole lot to go off of, because Ethan does not even have a face, because Konami went through this bizarre period. Like, oh, we can't have the avatar have a face. That would be weird, because you're injecting yourself into the characters. That's
Which is so
stupid.
stupid.
Uh, uh, I know it could have been Lady Dimitrescu, of course. No, it's Albert is who it shows, because you have all these characters. You have Chris and Claire, you have Leon, you have Jill, Ethan, and others. And in the end, who ultimately unites all of these characters under a certain umbrella? It's the villain of the franchise. One of
It
the
is.
few instances where the villain is the unifier of each game, overarching, and is also popular, celebrated, and well loved amongst the community too. He's not enough of just a non-complex asshole to just throw to the curb. There's interest there, and seeing the mutations that he runs through in some of these games, you can have a monstrous moveset,
Yeah.
quite literally. So there's the Nemesis, there's Mr. X. Why not just put all of that intimidation from all of these various baddies into one compounded character who's kind of taken uh, chemistry class a little too far? So you have this
He took a
serious
couple
mad
electives
scientist.
in Mad Scientist.
Precisely. And there's some cool mad scientists throughout all manner of series. You have your Eggmans and your Wileys, and so on and so forth. Of them all, Wesker would be the most interesting to me personally, and that's why he's my number one pick for Capcom.
All right. Capcom. Capcom. For me, this is the company of all companies outside of Nintendo that has the most franchises and characters with Smash potential. It is just the most heavily
Agreed.
populated with such an amazing library of options. And it goes to show that they are one of those companies that can have their own crossword fighting games and have it be great. The versus Capcom games where they will verse Tatsunoko, Marvel, SNK, all these different companies, and they were able to hold their own. As like, we have a great library. Whereas not every company can have their own crossword fighting because they
Mm-hmm.
just don't have the stuff. Level 5, I don't really think they can do it. They just don't
Correct.
have enough. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Square Enix could, but it would be 50% Final Fantasy, which would not be satisfying.
No.
But Capcom has proven themselves at being a great company with this huge library, and it's like, God, we need more Capcom characters in Smash. The fact that we only have Mega Man is just such a disservice. We need more.
And Ryu. And Ryu. Ryu and Ken.
Oh yeah, Ryu and Ken.
But still, that we only have Street Fighter and Mega Man is a disservice.
Right, but we can have so much more.
I'm
and I would love to
shocked
see.
we haven't gotten this DLC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's like the only new Capcom rep we've had in Ultimate was Ken, an echo of Ryu. It's just like, what the fuck? I would love the last character to just be a Capcom character, just to give them more. In any of my top 3 I have here from Capcom, I would love to see any of them. Like, bring it on. Number 3, Dante. Devil May Cry, get the guy in. Unfortunately, he's a Mii costume, so he's out of the game for Ultimate, but he would still be great. I have very little Devil May Cry knowledge. I know he fights devils, or not devils. Is it devils? Demons? He fights dark creatures. I don't remember. He's half one of them too, because his dad is a devil. Mm-hmm. He's got a brother. He has a detective agency of sorts. He loves pizza. I want to watch a Let's Play of the series at some point. It's just, not enough hours in the day. There's a lot of things I need to watch. Like, I need to watch Bayonetta so that I can get some knowledge on that for eventually we can do like a Smash or Dash or something with the Bayonetta character. Because I would love to eventually have a Smash or Dash represent each as many franchises as we can that are already in Smash. Some would be difficult, but I want to watch Bayonetta pretty much for that reason. But I want to see Devil May Cry even more. My second pick is a character that I really, really want in. It would just make me happy. I love their games. Unfortunately, their games are kind of hard to do replays of just by the nature of them. But it's Phoenix Wright. He's my number 2.
Oh yeah,
not my number 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll get there. He was in serious contention for my number 1, but he didn't quite make it, and we'll get there. But I am a huge Phoenix Wright fan. The Great Ace Attorney games, they're finally getting localized. I'm gonna play them. It's gonna be a good time. We have Herlock Sholmes now. It's like, okay, I get it. There were copyright issues with the name, but okay.
Just pretend.
Yeah. The Phoenix would be great. And he could even bring an echo of Miles Edgeworth or Apollo Justice with him. Why not?
Right.
My number 1, though. My number 1 from Capcom is an extremely biased pick and breaks one of my rules to pieces. It's Mega Man.exe.
Mega Man.exe.
Yep. From Mega Man Battle Network.
Holy cow.
Love those games so much. Hate Battle Network 6, though. It sucks. I pretty much hate BN6 from start to finish. I wish we would get a BN7. I've been following all the Chrono X updates whenever they have an update, because I would love to play that game whenever they finish it. It's a fan game that they're making. But, God, Battle Network is such a good game. I want to record all of them. I'm up through BN3 right now, and I have plans to do BN4 in the near-ish future. But I just fucking love those games. It's such a different style with how you're running around on the internet now, because it's in a different universe from the main Mega Man timeline, where instead of they presented as at some point there were 2 different science projects being worked on by Dr. Hikari, who is the Battle Network version of Dr. Light, and Dr. Wily. Wily was working on a robotics program, and Hikari was working on a network program. And in the original Mega Man timeline, it's Wily's robotics program that was selected and got funding. But in Battle Network, it's the network program that got chosen, which led Wily to become very unhappy and try to take over the world and destroy the internet. Also, your doghouse is connected to the internet. It's connected to the internet. And so is your toilet and your oven and everything. It's like real life is becoming Battle Network slowly, and I'm just starting to get scared. It's like I have seen how things go in Battle Network and how everything gets infected with viruses This is bad. Viruses make your oven spew fire. Oh no.
It'll be
Bad.
just like that, but the IRS won't be attacked.
Yeah.
Speed up.
And just to add on, like, one last thing with Mega Man.exe, the very first character that I ever made a Smash Brothers moveset for, period, was him.
Oh yeah.
Gotta love the guy. He's my top pick
There
from
you
Capcom, bar none.
So I don't like the characters from the same franchise. It's a
I
thing
said it
that
breaks my
that
rule. Like, listen, I'm allowed bias. Fuck you.
Yeah. And you could say Battle Network is technically a separate franchise. Technically.
I mean,
Not,
technically,
but halfway.
kind of like how
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII is a separate franchise inside of Final Fantasy, considering it's got like 7 fucking games.
Uh-huh. Wait until you see what I do with Mario and Mario Kart later. Ooh, buddy.
Oh dear.
Anyway.
Oh,
Cool. Very
okay.
cool.
Well, that brings it to me next, and I think I'm gonna go for a company that has a close relationship with Nintendo and Capcom, actually, sort of, kind of.
Huh.
Platinum.
Yeah.
Platinum Games, founded by the man who created Devil May Cry and Resident Evil, Hideki Kamiya.
And had his hand in Okami.
He did. Well, he created Okami, but
Yep.
yeah.
Clover
So
Studios.
Platinum again. I've only played one Platinum game, only the one.
Mhm.
So we'll get. So I don't have a whole lot of experience with them, but they're very much just like your actiony button mash, beat 'em down, hack and slash games. Like again, this is where Bayonetta comes into things.
Right.
So for me, Platinum, my number 3 goes to a character in a game that I don't know, but I found art of them. I was like, you interest me, and it's Loki,
Right.
from Bayonetta 2. Now I don't know much about this character. He's actually a large part of the reason why I want to watch a Let's Play of Bayonetta, just to find out what the fuck his deal is, because he looks like this street kid who does parkour and just does a whole bunch of flips, but he also fights by throwing playing cards around. And I'm just like, I don't know you, but you have my attention, sir.
Someone called the TVA.
Ah, he's another Loki variant. Oh no. My number 2 is from a game you have played, in that there was a time when you championed this character, Wonder Red from Wonderful 101.
Yeah.
I kind of figured that he would be able to use the abilities from the other Wonderfuls, because why not? Like, his main was going to be like his punch, but then you can do Wonder Sword, Wonder Gun, Wonder Hammer, whatever. Who cares? And he would pretty much just be like representing all of the Wonderful 101 just as himself. I don't really feel like there's a problem with that.
Right.
My number 1, though, from Platinum, comes from the one Platinum game I've played, Astral Chain. And that's going to be the Legionis. He's the protagonist. He's nameless. But you can choose a gender between male and female, and whichever one you choose, your twin is also a character in the game, which is a really cool concept. I like that a lot. And they are named Akira Howard. So some people call this character Akira. I call them the Legionis because, well, that's what they're working with. It just makes sense to me. They have this like interdimensional beast that fights according to their commands. And there's like a spectral chain that connects them, and you can wrap that chain around opponents to stun them. You have 3 different weapons that you can hit them with: a simple police baton, a gun, kind of like a pistol, and like a massive fucking sword. And it's the same weapon that just transforms between the 3. So it's doing something with that, or be able to change his beast from its different types, from like the sword infantry to the beast to arms, where it's just like gigantic punching shit. The archer, or the last one has also like a gigantic sword. I don't remember what it's called, but I honestly don't know too well how they'd work in Smash, but I do think if they're not playable, they'll be an assist trophy for sure in the next one. So I got to give them the nod.
Yeah, and they have that tie to Nintendo too. They're like a second party kind of, so it lends itself to the assist trophy at the very least.
Yeah,
and it's an interesting prospect.
it's kind of in like the same position as Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah, True enough. True enough. Yeah. And that's exactly why they were also on my short list as my third pick.
Nice, nice.
For the same reasons you are. It's an intro. No, I think you can probably say that never before have you there been a gameplay option where you're like enslaving the space monster and fighting it while it fights. I mean, fighting with it against its will.
Yeah. The game
With
is
a
kind of
tree.
crazy, but I was
Uh,
bad at the game. I was bad at the combat to begin with, and I'm still not great. But you kind of get it as you go through.
hmm hmm Yeah, it seems pretty technical and intriguing. I'll certainly play it at some point, or at least watch your Let's Play on
I don't have one.
Select Gaming. Oh, I thought.
I
Okay.
was going to at one point, but then other games kind of sprung up.
Right, right. Okay, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Anyway, you can still watch the Start Gaming
Of course.
if you want to do that. Um, and then my second pick is Wonder Red for again. It's another Nintendo adjacent franchise that most recently sprung up its port on the PS4 and the Xbox One as well. Um, and to compound upon your idea of using the various, well, I mean, Byleth does it, and it would make more sense for Wonder Red, so why not?
Yep.
And then you, because you're fighting with all these up to 100 different characters in the one for 101. That's the main gimmick. So it works. It makes sense. Wonder Red, and just seeing the audacity of whatever the final smash that they come up with would be very intriguing to me. I
Yeah.
mean, I would assume it incorporates Wonder Red's gigantic, enormous red hand, and just everybody using their power. Well, it would be cool. Number one,
Cinematic stampede of all of the wonderful 101 attacking.
mhm, precisely. One of whom is Bayonetta. So,
All right.
yeah, yeah. Um, and then number one is from a game I haven't played, and to my surprise, is actually a mobile title. It debuted as a mobile title.
Oh, okay.
Called World of Demons. It deals with yokai, Japanese mythological creatures, monsters, demons, whatever, and the eradication of them at your hand in a samurai in a imperial. Uh, its art style is really similar in context to Okami, so I wonder how much of like traditional Japanese folklore they invoke in there, how much of the comedic styling is still in there, because they're both Kami games. This could be Kami's thing of like, hey, I kind of want to do like an Okami-esque thing again, and this is the best that we can do without Capcom support because Capcom, I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Um, Hold on a second, what was that? So my choice from World of Demons is a character called Sayo, which is one of the two main characters. Sayo wields a long, I forget the name of it, but it's a traditional Japanese spear. So one of the ones that's
Naginata?
similar to scimitar. Yeah, Naginata. So it's similar to almost a scimitar in the way that the blade is curved, but it's a long spear. It's a javelin. And she fights with that. It has primarily has wind based powers. Um, so closest thing that we can get to an airbender at this point with a sharp thing at the end of her spear. And what I saw this game during E3. It's coming out on the PS5 and the Switch as well. Had no clue that it had a mobile precursor, and then like the that seems like it could stand up in like a at least like a PS2 or a thing. So it's crazy how far mobile's gone. And seeing stuff like Genshin Impact, you're like, really? This, at the
Yeah.
very least, despite all the controversy, it's like this is on a freaking phone. So it kind of falls into that category. Not a lot of gotcha elements to my understanding, thank God. Um, and it's being ported to actual consoles and as a physical game with everything preloaded on it. So
Phone
hooray,
games have been
moral
getting
business
impressive
standards.
lately. Like when I saw
Yeah.
when a friend of mine showed me what Genshin looked like, and I was like, "That's a phone game? What the fuck?
Uh
Why
huh.
aren't more
Uh huh.
companies making games that look like this instead of more gotcha games?"
Uh
Or
huh.
like,
Uh
I
huh.
mean, there's some of
Oh,
that,
well,
but
Genshin is a
like,
gotcha game.
why aren't we getting more things like this and not like cut the rope and Angry Birds, which for their time, sure, whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
if mobile is capable of this, let's do more of that, and not
Precisely.
the Mario
Flappy
Kart
Bird
game
5.
or Mario fucking
Oh my
Run.
god.
People debate over why Mario
Yeah.
Run failed, but I'll tell you why Mario Run failed. Because it was boring. That's why it failed. You're not going to get people to want to pay for a game if it's boring.
Mm-hmm. Mario Kart Tour, same thing, but worse. Like, holy
That's
cow.
pretty bad.
At least you get like a Shy Guy and a mariachi hat, though. Cab driver Waluigi, actually. That's the redeeming factor there.
It's true.
They have such interesting locales in Mario Kart Tour, too, that it makes me salty that it's relegated to Mario Kart Tour.
Yeah.
It's like, come on now. But yeah, and so I chose it's kind of the forefront. They're developing something with this franchise, and I just kind of wanted to get to the forefront of it because it looks appealing to me, has an interesting background, and otherwise I just haven't played enough Platinum games to have enough bias otherwise. So
Fair enough.
yeah, fair enough. And with that, the ball's back in my court.
Yep. What's next?
We've gotten a fair bit through this process at this point. Say we're probably a little past halfway done.
Uh, you think we're a little past halfway?
Probably more than that, right?
No, we've only done 9
We have.
out of
Wow.
25.
Wow. This is gonna be a long episode.
Yes, it is.
Nice. Nice. Well, out of 25. That I had an idea. Let's push that off for a little bit. See where we land. In the meantime, I will raise your platinum and go one step above and say Sega, because they're literally one step above platinum on the card.
They are. They are.
They are. My first choice for Sega is one that would break the rule that Mega Man.exe and Gruntilda and Shinola already broke, but that's not going to happen here. And that is Dr. Eggman.
Okay.
We talked about him a little bit here, in my opinion. We personally in the past we talked about him a little bit as a potential villain choice to pad out the villainry in Smash, and also if there's another Sonic character, he would arguably be the most interesting, um, given he's a robotics engineer and not another furry friend. We've already proven in the past too with the smasher dashes and whatnot that Shadow's a little more interesting and first meets the eye. Knuckles could be fun, Tails could be fun, whatever. Um, Eggman, I think, is where the bread and butter is with all the menagerie machinery that you can bring into it. It
Yeah.
would be fun. And one of his taunts could be him holding a chow and going, Yosh.
Okay.
um,
Okay.
yep. My number two is Alice Landale from Fantasy Star 2.
Okay.
One of the flagship, one of the iconic characters from what used to be a flagship franchise. Fantasy Star Online still has a cult following, but Fantasy Star in general, at its peak in the 80s and 90s, was a major RPG series. And it has that sci-fi aspect, which you got a lot more high fantasy back then. It's evened out now with like a Xenoblade years. Back in the day, you didn't get that whole lot. So it's maintained a legacy. Smash has maintained some sort of semblance of recognizing legacy characters. Um, and I think it would just be kind of interesting to see a sci-fi take on kind of the magic elf kind of thing that you get with her. There's some fairly typical magics going on. Then again, in Smash, we don't really have a lot of characters who use typical magic anyway.
It's true.
Do you have Robin? That's really just touching, scraping the
Robin,
top.
you could argue Zelda, the hero,
Mhm.
obviously, they use magic.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
precisely.
Sephiroth does as well, actually.
Yeah. This I think is more archetypal than a lot of those though, but other than maybe Robin. Um, let's see. But my number one is Claude Wallace. You remember Claude, don't you?
The only Claude I know is from Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Oh yeah, and Mother 3.
No,
Yeah.
that's Claus. Or did you
Yeah.
say Claus? Because I thought you said
Okay.
Claude.
Oh, it's Claude. Claude Wallace.
Oh, all right, I don't know who that is.
He's the leader of a particular force who is fighting another force, and other force are bad guys. But anyway, I was friends
Really?
with Valkyria Chronicles when this game came out on the Switch not that long ago, a couple years back. And it was interesting because it kind of captures Advanced Wars and Fire Emblem in a bubble where you fight on a on fixed terrain on a map, so you're actually looking at like war schematics in the as a strategy RPG. You're looking at war schematics. You choose your unit. It brings you into a third person device. You're able to run around and choose your position freely, and then sit down and shoot. So it's a third person shooter and a strategy RPG combined. The It's a really interesting fusion for the gameplay loop. Um, Very fun. Um, Beyond that, I'm trying to remember. It's like an alternate. It's like a multiverse take on World War One.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, yeah,
interesting. And we've seen
yeah.
things like that for World War II, but World War One doesn't get, we'll say,
Right,
talked about
right,
as much.
right. And so Quad, he's the commander of the Edinburgh Army, 101st Division, 1st Battle Brigade, 32nd Armored Ranger Battalion, 2nd Regiment, Platoon E. Yeah, and he has he can attack from a tank. He has full um, regalia force over all of the. He commands forces. Is what I'm trying to say. So, you can have him be able to have a grenadier from off screen shoot a grenade onto the stage. You can have him have a rocket shot onto the stage, and whatever, so on and so forth. Or
Interesting.
you can use the mechanics himself. His final smash can easily just be him mowing down at the tank, blowing shit up. It's a slightly more, there should I say, realistic take on advanced, like an Andy-like character, more war centric than I'll say he's more war centric than engineering centric.
Right.
So
He's more
there's
like an
could
actual
be for
commander.
both. Right. So multifaceted character. It would be interesting. He can be a summoning character in unique ways. There are characters from the first Valkyria Chronicles that are arguably more celebrated than Quad. I chose Quad because I actually played this game and know what I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
Um, what's the counts for enough? Yeah. I wasn't sure what it would feel like to present this character, given that they come from more of a slightly more basic war-based franchise in terms of the combat options, but in Smash, it's very unique.
It's true.
So cool, cool. I like my choice though.
All right.
How about
Well,
you?
our Sega choices are going to be completely different, so that'll be a nice little bit of a refresher, as we've had quite a few that were similar.
Yeah.
But starting
Mm-hmm.
off with me for Sega, we've got another old ass arcade game from Golden Axe, a game which has three playable protagonists, each with their own moves. I have Gilius Thunderhead,
Oh yeah, that guy.
which just has a name that's really amusing. He's a dwarf, he's got a hammer, and he kind of just spits on magic like his two allies use. He's just like, nah, I got my hammer, thanks. Whatever, like he's capable of a little bit, but for the most part, now he just wants to hit things. And I feel that.
You can ride on a dinosaur too.
I mean, it, it's yeah, it's the game. My number two from Sega is another character that we've talked about recently on the podcast. It's Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza. We talked about him against Trevor. We mentioned Trevor earlier. And that conversation just really it showed what Yakuza actually has capable for its characters and what it has for its fighting systems and just what Kazuma can do with his various martial arts techniques. It's like, you know what? Yeah, sounds fun. Sure.
One thing I'd like to add to that too is that the craziest thing that we got from that Smash or Dash, in my opinion, was what the hell Yakuza's about plot-wise.
It's
You think that
about
it's a
not
revenge
being
plot.
Yakuza.
It's about not being Yakuza and having a freaking adoption center and like running it for several games, which is just Sega's another one of those companies like Capcom, but maybe not to the same extent, where there's a lot of great characters to choose from still.
And their only crossovers are racing games.
And one tennis. Better than Mario Tennis Aces and the other one on the Wii U especially.
Yeah. Need more content than that. And on release. My number one pick though for Sega is going to be a surprise. You would never expect me to go with this character. And you know what? That's fair. Because I didn't expect me to go with this character. From Puyo Puyo, it's Arl.
What?
Yep. I'm going
That's
with
like
Arl
something
for Sega. I know. But to be honest here, as a general whole, I don't care about Sega. Not that I'm against Sega. It's just like nothing Sega has truly interests me as like playing their games. Like I've played and owned only 3 different Sonic games: Sonic R, Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood, and Sonic Unleashed. None of them are your standard Sonic fare. But, with Arl, she really would hit something that is not in Smash at all, and that's puzzle games. We don't have any puzzle game rep outside of, I guess, Dr. Mario, but in Smash, he does not work like he would be representing Dr. Mario, the puzzle game. He's just a Mario clone. We addressed that in our recent Smashtopia episode, but in terms of Smash proper, nothing represents puzzles. And Arl is a great choice for that. Puyo Puyo has a history. They have a lot of games. Some of their games have been turned into other games when they were localized to America. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Green Machine, anybody? There you go.
Game.
There was a Kirby game as well that became a Puyo Puyo game. So, like, they have a relationship with Nintendo. They have a huge Japanese following. It's honestly the best choice for a puzzle rep. So I say, fuck it. Bring on Arl.
Okay. Unexpected, but I like it.
Good.
Could be something we actually see in Smash one day too. I can feel kind of the electricity behind that character.
Yeah. I think the fan base would freak out in a negative way, but sometimes the fan base needs to fuck off.
Several instances over the course of the Ultimate DLC reveals.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And now your choice falls in your court.
Indeed. The next company. I've got a couple ones I'm considering here. But I've noticed that there's a row that we haven't talked about at all yet. And I think it's time to rectify that. So I'm going with Bandai Namco. The team or the company that has been working on Smash alongside Sakurai since Smash 4 and has only recently gotten its second character. First they had Pac-Man in Smash 4, and now they finally have Kazuya Mishima from Tekken. In Bandai Namco, actually, Kazuya was previously my number 2. Or not Kazuya, Jin. Jin was my number 2 for Bandai Namco to represent Tekken. But then when Kazuya was revealed, I was like, well, I guess I'll just take Jin off my list. And I was able to bump up another company into number 3. Or not a company, but another game into number 3 that wasn't there before. And that game is Soul Calibur. Namco's other flagship fighting game that uses a 3D fighting arena, but instead of
Yep.
flying fists, it's flying weapons. And to me, well, there's a few different characters that you could use to represent Soul Calibur. I'm going with the one that I feel is the face of the franchise, and that's Nightmare. He's this
Mm-hmm.
big old armored guy. He's in some games he's possessed. In some games he is a living suit of armor powered by evil. You know, as you do.
I do that way sometimes.
And he has a gigantic fucking sword with an eyeball in it that blinks and looks around because this sword is evil and it's the Soul Edge. Soul Calibur's a different sword. We worry about that another time. But I figure, like, to me, Nightmare is the Soul Calibur pick. You could do Sophitia, or you could do Siegfried. Um,
Yeah, like,
maybe Killick, but
I
I wouldn't pick Killick for. Killick is my favorite, but I wouldn't pick Killick. No, I'm talking about like characters that are like actually like central to Soul Calibur and
Yeah,
would
I
make
know.
sense.
I
Right? Like
know.
Astaroth is so far down the line. Fuck no. Zasalino comes before Ast fucking Roth. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. But to me, it pretty much comes down between either Nightmare, Siegfried, or Sophitia. But I feel like Nightmare is the pick. My second,
Yeah.
number 2 for Bandai Namco, which used to be my number 3, Klonoa. You know, I was just randomly looking at Klonoa one day, and I found out that he could shoot wind and then do some other crazy tricks. And so, like, you know what? This guy sounds kind of fun. I don't know him. I don't know his games, but he looks fun. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, wind is something that's not really utilized in Smash much. So fuck it. Sure, Klonoa. I'll fight for that guy.
Bunnies too.
Yes. My number 1. I've talked about this character a few times. We talked about this character to a major degree fairly recently. Yuri
With
Lowell
Zach.
from Tales of Vesperia. The superior Tales choice, in my opinion. While many in the Smash community call for Lloyd Irving, I call him a dumbass. I don't care.
Doesn't Yuri know Red 13 also?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why? Why do you do this? No. He does have his loyal canine pal Rapide, however, and he goes on his own journey to end up saving the world, but he does it in his own way. He's not your typical protagonist in the terms of we can't do that. We'd be on to drag us down to the bad guys level. So like you know what? Sometimes the bad guy just needs to be pushed into a river to drown. Sometimes they don't deserve to live. And
So it
yeah,
goes.
I go with Yuri Lowell. That's my number 1 Bandai Namco pick. Fuck
There
it.
you go.
Can't tell me what to do.
Yuri has a very strong shot in the next Smash, I think.
I hope so.
Of course, you got Kazuya now, but Yuri, yeah, I think Tails is the natural next choice, unless they really want to drive their fighting franchises home, in which case they'll be like, yeah, let's just do Soul Calibur, and then be like, fine. Okay, so Bandai Namco for me, I really the okay, how do I frame this? There's another company side to Namco, but I could not bring a Bandai character into my number 1 slot, unfortunately, just for legality reasons between you and I.
Can't put Death Note in Smash.
Precisely. No, but Agumon is my number 3.
Oh, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised he's not higher. It's the only thing I can say to that.
That's because Namco is another company that they develop Smash, and there's a few characters left that I think stand a likelier chance. I could see them being more easily inserted into Smash as well. Whereas Agumon, there's still gray area, like which dissolutions do you use, how do you incorporate them, that I haven't fully wrapped my head around to the point where it's still more of an idea that I support than something I can sit down tomorrow and say, oh, I'm going to write this moveset out. So that's why he's number 3, but he's still there. I wanted to give him an honorable mention for the sake of our storied history. And it would be cool. To me, it would be cool. My number 2 pick is Yuri.
Okay.
Having never played Tales before, Trevor played Tales of Symphonia way back on the GameCube, as so many people did. and I think that's why Lloyd has such a fan following.
It is. It is.
Just for history's sake, from Nintendo aspect anyway. But and then you as well got into Vesperia. I never really paid much attention to it till I had to research for the moveset.
Yeah.
And it was then when we were sitting down with Udodds and yourself, and hearing him, especially someone who's been so into the series for as long as he has been. There's a laundry list of options to choose from for a moveset for Yuri.
Yeah.
People
There are a lot
will
of attacks.
whine and whinge about, oh, it's another sword fighter. No, 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 no. There's way too much there.
Yeah.
He's like the Dante of like JRPGs as far as like just here's all this crap. So,
I
and
mean,
he's an
that's
interesting
the
character.
Tales franchise. Like, it's an RPG, but when you get into a battle, it's not just choose from a
It's like
menu.
a brawler.
It's you are in a 3D arena that you can run around in, and you do different inputs for different attacks. It's like, good God.
Yeah, precisely. And as he said, he's one, as he once told me, he's Batman a vigilante who pulls through on the vigilante justice side of being a vigilante. Very compelling character to me, and I haven't even played the game. It's on my short list. It's on like my top 5 games I need to play soon. Klonoa is my number 1. So our top 2 swapped around.
Okay.
Klonoa being a character. I've played a couple of his games, Door to Phantom Isle, whatever the GBA one was, and I played the Wii version remake of Door to Phantom Isle. Klonoa was one of the first games ever to introduce the axis scrolling in platforming, and that's what it was known for back on the PlayStation, with the vertical and horizontal aspects of any given stage moving independently of each other, making it look 3D before 3D platforming was a thing.
Right.
And that's kind of what it's been known for. He does have his little one projectiles, as you said. He can spin around in his little bunny ears, kind of similar to Rayman, to be honest with you. He's a platforming character and a traditional platforming character, so there's not nearly enough there compared to Yuri. But given, I think that Smash could always stand to use a few more well-rounded characters whose moveset rates themselves.
Yeah.
Because you look at like the DLC characters in Ultimate, for instance. You have Kazuya, who has a taunt that can KO. You have Steve and all that madness around like the 8-month development period just for that singular character. You have Joker with Arsene and that. And most of the characters have some sort of gimmick attached to them.
Yeah.
That Sakurai has
Really, all of
since
them do.
that forth. Yeah.
Byleth might be the
Even
one
back.
that doesn't have a gimmick at all. Banjo
Yeah.
minorly, like his side
Yeah.
special technically.
Yeah. But even then, I mean, a character like Banjo, he's the closest to like a traditional Smash character that we've gotten, I think. Besides Byleth, who's boring and
it would be Banjo and Byleth.
Yeah. So Klonoa kind of following in the lineage of a Banjo. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Comes from a charming enough series. And I think we've seen it's enough of a competent series to stand on its own legs, get into Smash, and then it's not as high up there as a Tails or Soul Calibur in terms of popularity. And what Smash has done for other franchises before, maybe that can give us a little bit of a Klonoa revisiting, which I would be very much behind.
Mayhaps.
And I mean, he has a nice design. He's a good looking character. I think just looking at the aesthetic of a Klonoa would invite a lot of folks who know nothing about him say, "Oh yeah, I want to play as that." So, yeah, that's my number 1.
All right.
That could be diluted down into just, oh, I like Klonoa.
I mean, a lot of these can be. Let's be honest.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of the intent of the game. So often we're trying to say, oh, this is a character that makes realistic sense. This game is, oh, this is what I want to put in, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So with that said, it's my choice. And I am going to compound upon this row, which has barely been developed. And let's say we go for another Western developer next. One that I wouldn't be surprised if you struggled on because I sure did too. EA,
EA was.
Electronic Arts.
Let's put it this way: EA was interesting.
We can't just choose a Jedi, unfortunately, which really takes back the potential list of choices, or a sports star. So,
Introducing James Madden. I mean,
let's just rip this band-aid off, huh? So, there was a game that came out recently on the PS4 called It Takes Two, developed by EA. It's a game that a husband and wife named May and Cody are going through a rough patch in their marriage, and they're on the precipice of divorce. Then their child cries over like threads or whatever that become like tulpas, like dolls that overnight trap the husband and wife within them, and they become dolls.
okay.
And then together, they learn how to overcome their adversities to return to human form from this doll form. Working together, it takes two being the title.
So it's
And by the
couples
end,
therapy, the
they
game.
realize, yeah, but they become dolls and are like possessing yarn. And this was an interesting concept to me. I think it would be a fun co-op game to play with somebody. At least like in the room, I could see how over Discord or something it might be like a fucking headache to get through. But it's like a 3D Unraveled
Mm-hmm.
almost puzzle platformer. Almost like a more fully realized like snipper clips kind of duo game.
Right.
um, compact. So EA doesn't have a whole lot to choose from that's not licensed, to be honest with you. So they make an honorable third pick. There was a time when they were the first, and then we just couldn't find high quality artwork for them. So
Right.
take that as you will. Um, I think it would be interesting. We have duo characters in Smash. We don't really have duo characters that truly work in tandem with each other that you feel like you're controlling equally at this point.
Yeah.
And that has always been credited to more of how, like why Pyra and Mithra are not with Rex, for
Yeah.
instance,
Programming issues.
um, programming issues. But yeah, so they're my number three. And number two, you can do all manner of ridiculous bullshit with them. I would not be surprised if this is your number one. I kind of wish it would be my number one, but I locked it in. A sim.
Oh.
It's just or
Oh.
as they say, "Bo fija boy sanoi toy." Um, what can you say? There's all kinds of chaos that you can cause in The Sims. You put that into the Sim character, you call it a day, without getting into the wonders of it all. But in the Sim games, you develop entire cities, you develop whole neighborhoods full of all manner of different characters, different occupations. There's a lot of shit to pull from.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at this point it's a generic character, it's an NPC, it's an avatar. It's also a sim, one of the most influential franchises ever. So it goes. But my number one is a little more commonplace. Um, from a very popular online shooter, Apex Legends, which
Oh.
EA publishes.
Okay.
And the character that I chose is one that's apparently, I never played Apex. I know next to nothing about it compared to even like an Overwatch, which I also know next to nothing about. Uh, so I threw my hand into like the Smash boards, the game FAQs. They said this character Wraith is pretty cool. Looked up a few gameplay videos. Wraith is kind of cool. She uses teleportation as like the primary gimmick, but they're used in ways that are far more complex than Mewtwo or Palutena teleporting upwards and free falling.
Right.
Wraith has such control over these kinetic abilities that I'm sure she won't be free falling from out of a teleport like a noob. Um, so just the character, to my understanding, is the embodiment of that one Shadow the Hedgehog meme from ages ago. teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid.
Oh, that one.
So it's like a newfangled assassin archetype character. There could be worse choices. Could be John Madden. Could be Charles Barkley. I've met him. Big guy. Like 6'7". Anyway.
Anyways, EA. Oh boy. I did not know what to do here. I was very concerned about what I was going to be able to present. And then I found my number one. I was just like, oh, we'll get there.
Yeah, thank you.
My number 3 is Hawk from Dragon Age. Don't know it, but I know Dragon Age is pretty popular. And so I figured, okay, he's popular. He kind of looks cool. Seems like he'd work pretty well. It's like, yeah, sure. I'll go with Hawk as my number 3. Why the hell not there? My number 2 is probably what most people would consider to be the mainline choice from EA. And that's Commander Shepard from Mass Effect.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Granted, the first two games were, extremely popular. And then 3 came out and people hated the ending. And then Andromeda came out and people had issues with Andromeda as well. But people still have a lot of fond memories of the Mass Effect series. And I think there was a remaster recently, or at least of 1 and 2. I don't remember for sure.
Trilogy, yeah.
That's what it was. It was the main trilogy. And they have male and female versions of Shepard, so they can easily do that again, like they've done with other characters. He's probably, if I was to make a prediction, I would say he's EA's most likely choice in Smash reality. But for me, Shepard is only number 2. Because then I found my number 1, I was just like, this is some crazy ass shit. I didn't know that this company had this. They bought it out from a guy who was developing it more or less on their own. It's Crazy Dave from Plants vs. Zombies? Yep. Crazy Dave. He's got a pot on his head and he helps the plants fight the zombies. I've never played Plants vs. Zombies. I've seen gameplay of it. I looked at it and I went, looks boring. Don't care. And then I found out when doing research that the guy who made it also made Insane Aquarium, a game that's just it's a fish tank simulator where you end up having to defend your fish from invading aliens. And Twilix and I played that game a lot as a kid. And this guy, he made both these games. I didn't know that. I was like, oh, that's actually really cool. But I think for Crazy Dave, all of his special moves would involve him planting a different type of plant on the stage. The standard one probably like the pea shooter, which just shoots out a small projectile forwards. I don't know what the rest of them because again I don't know the games, but I think that's kind of how a different way for him works. It's like a tower defense kind of game. So he's placing his defenses as he runs around the stage. Hell yeah!
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
but it just might work.
It just might work.
Just might.
All right. That's cool. I didn't know Plants vs. Zombies was EA.
They bought it.
Just never.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So
that's okay.
At this point, we are about halfway through the bingo board, which means it's finally time to take that center square of Nintendo.
Yep. There we go.
Nintendo, the company that has the most characters representing it in Smash. And yet we want to add more? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Come on. We gotta. So, Nintendo, I mean, there's so much to pick from here. All 3 of the characters on my list... Well, actually, I guess only 2 of them have had major... I'll put it this way. All 3 characters on my list are on the Smashtopia wiki already. That's how much I want these characters. Because they already have moveset to make for them. Number 3... Porky Minch.
Oh, nice.
Brother of Picky. Nemesis to Ness and Lucas. This guy, this son of a bitch, is a real piece of shit. But he's kind of funny, in his own way. He'd be in his spider mech, he jumps around, he shoots you, he throws out porky bullets. I just it would be nice to see Earthbound get some more reps in Smash. And while it would make sense to be like, oh, put in Ninten, the protagonist from the first game. I mean, he looks almost exactly like Ness, so that's
Mm-hmm.
kind
Mm-hmm.
of difficult unless they take some real liberties with his design. And
Yeah.
so that from that it pretty much becomes either Masked Man or Porky, and I gotta go with Porky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Incredible move set that we made with Trevor on that one
Very
on
much
Smash
so.
W Wiki.
Very
Yeah.
much so. My number
Mm-hmm.
2 is Marks from the Kirby
Oh
games.
yeah.
Marks hasn't been featured on the podcast, but that's because I had already made a moveset for him on the wiki. If I hadn't, we would have done Marks on the podcast by now, probably. We probably would have
Mm-hmm.
done him
Mm-hmm.
instead of Adelaine, I would guess, back in year 1.
I think so.
But, he's just this chaotic little shithead who bounces on a beach ball and is like, hey, Kirby, the sun and moon are fighting. You should do this thing to go stop them. Okay. Oh, he did the thing. That's my chance to be evil and gain the wishes to become the all powerful being. Yay! And that's Marks in a nutshell. And I am here for it.
Uh-huh.
Marks would be
Uh-huh.
crazy
Uh-huh.
fun to smash. We already have him as a boss in Ultimate, which is a really dark boss fight. It's like, good God, you are just an eldritch nightmare. But thank you, thank you, Sakurai, for putting him in. But for me, my number 1, no shock, no surprise. Anybody that's watched this podcast should know who this number 1 is. It's Raichu.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Waluigi.
Not even a lull in the Raichu, huh?
No,
Okay.
no, it's Waluigi.
Not even a lull in Waluigi,
I
huh?
mean, God, come on. I know that some of the fans, again, similar to Gino, you have like a portion of the Smash community that legitimately wants Gino, or that legitimately wants Waluigi, another portion that only wants him as a joke, and then the other group just like is sick of people talking about Waluigi. It's like, I get it, but I'm one of the ones that legitimately wants this guy. I'm a big fan
Mm-hmm.
of Waluigi. Like, with rare exception, when I can choose him in one of the Mario spin-off games, I pick Waluigi. Now, in some Mario parties, I picked Hammer Bro because I thought that was a fun idea to have the Hammer Bro in. Or like in Mario Kart 8, I play the Inkling because it's fucking Splatoon. But
Mm-hmm.
I fucking love playing as Waluigi. He's a fun character. I understand why people
Mm-hmm.
don't like him, but I mean, Tim,
There he is.
how can you say no to
There's the
this
supply
face?
box.
I have a signed
Now let's see.
amiibo by Charles Martinet of my Waluigi amiibo. I fucking want the guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Put him in Smash,
Mm-hmm.
please.
Put him in Smash.
He's begging you,
Seriously.
Sakurai. He is. Look at him. He looks so sad that you won't put him in the game. Don't
We
make him
look so.
sad.
Holy crap. Mm-hmm. Such a zany character. He'd fit right in. I'm
He really
saddened
would.
that it's not happened yet. With that all said, it's time to move on to my 3. And to preface this features 3 characters whose movesets should all be on the Smashtovia wiki by now. And that'll make a little more sense in a second because 2 of them are. The third one isn't. My third choice being Marshall.
That one falls on you. You're supposed to be writing that one up.
Today, I actually started. I got all the moves that we chose from the Smashtopia episode listed, and now I just need to write them down. So the first half of the battle is finally over several months after we actually did the episode and had it released.
I mean,
Marshall,
today
though,
I
is
started
my
working on writing down Yuri Lowell, so
Yeah.
I just
Still
have
less
to write down
embarrassing
like
than
5
Marshall.
things for him, and then he'll be done.
Sweet. But yeah, Yuri and Marshall will be on soon TM. So
Hopefully, by the time this episode
Marshall,
goes up.
Hopefully so, yes. A bold claim. Marshall, as we denoted in the episode, as will be denoted in the moveset once it's up on the Smashtopia wiki, he is a character from the Rhythm Heaven franchise, heavily discussed for Smash 4 as something that was probably seeing the light of day at some point in the development cycle, with the Gematsu leaks saying Chorus
Well,
Kids would make it
yeah,
in.
of course,
With
kids.
the with the Sneaky Spirit being an enemy in Smash Run, being the only enemy in the game that didn't have a character to match it per franchise. So I am a believer in the theory that at some point Chorus Kids would be invoked, and Marshall is the dilution of Chorus Kids, the less technically challenging as a character, but also more representative of the overall franchise. Like, I'm pretty surprised Chorus Kids was the one who was ever in contention.
Yeah, it seems kind of strange.
Considering him, Marshall, and even Karate Joe and a few others. But Marshall is the one who can take the Karate Joe. He's the one who can take the flipper flop. He's the one that can take the night walk. Any number of mini games, because he represents the whole. And being the natural evolution of like Tibby and some other characters from earlier on. It's a cool character representing a decently major, like not like a second rung level Nintendo franchise that at this point in Smash history feels a little like the odd one out that it's
Yeah.
not included. Yeah. My number two, this is where we get simpatico, my friend, once again. My number two is Marks. The character, if we had to choose a Kirby character, I wish it could be Marks. Instead,
Yeah.
we get that awesome boss fight in Ultimate. Bandana D doesn't really do it for me. I understand it's the fourth player character, just not that interesting.
Yeah.
Not really something to get invested in. If it happens, I'm like, okay, whatever. At least it's finally done with. But it doesn't excite me like Marks. Not even other characters who have interesting moveset potential, like a Susie or Hulkman or whatever, gets me invested like Marks, because he's the original traitor, and he dishes it out so well. One minute he's roaming around in a little ball, happy as can be. The next, nightmare potential, like material, like holy cow. My number one is I was gonna say my number one is Cranky, but that actually wouldn't be that bad. I mean, that would be kind of cool. But now it's
Yeah.
Waluigi.
Shock.
For all the same reasons we've said. I mean, Waluigi was what we ushered in everything with the exception of that one on topic of Echoes, which is the etymology. Waluigi was our very first Smashtopia. He was where we cut our teeth on the Smashtopia episodes of this podcast, learning that we actually have to have our movesets made ahead of time before
You
recording.
learning.
Yep. And it was a fun time developing his moveset together, and it speaks to our passion for the character that he spearheaded all of the Smashtopia episodes ever.
Yeah, they really did.
Powerful choice for Nintendo. Realistic enough. I mean, he's the odd one out now. He's in almost all the spin-offs. Daisy is a spin-off character at this point. She's in Super Mario Land, which is an oddball game in the mainline franchise. Barely even counts as a mainline game. Anyway, so that is a bad argument to make. So he's just as qualified as Daisy, and is 20 times cooler and more unique.
Yeah.
So, and Daisy's in.
To be fair,
So,
Daisy is an Echo.
yeah,
And
she is an
Waluigi
Echo.
can't really echo
Yeah.
anybody.
No, he can't. He's too Waluigi-esque, if you will. There's a lot to pull from. The spin-off games, his own just being who he is,
Yeah.
all lends itself. He's such a wacky character. Even if there's contention within the Smash community, I guarantee you, no matter what anyone says, he is a beloved character
Yes.
in the greatest scheme of things, especially by the casual fans who buy these games. You wave a new Smash game in front of a Smash fan, they'll go, "Oh, well, does it have wave dashing?" You wave it in front of the general Nintendo fan, they'll be like, "Hell yeah, Waluigi's in this. I've been waiting for him to be in this game for ages."
Yeah.
And so the people who will buy this game, like 90, you do the swatch test, like 90% of them will love that Waluigi's in it. Put him in.
Yes.
at the end of the game, at the end of the day, gamers who go on the internet to talk about gaming are a microcosm of the actual gaming community.
It's true.
Gaming community, everybody. And everybody loves Waluigi. So, no surprise that we're flush there.
I don't
Now,
think.
Waluigi would say everybody loves Waluigi. It's an asterisk.
I don't know if
Beside
Miyamoto
that.
loves Waluigi, but yeah.
Oh, well. There's a few things Miyamoto can do about it. Okay, so balls in my cart. After that Waluigi rant, I kind of forgot that. So looking at our little map here, I think that the next company that I would like to pursue is the indie characters.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, yeah. This would be another fun little one because indie is. It's funny. 10 years ago, talking about indie games, Steam really blew up the scene exponentially, giving that platform to anyone to develop their games and easily place them in a central location.
Yeah.
Flip the
It.
script.
You could say it also kind of killed the Flash game websites that were out there.
Yeah, like the Newgrounds and even the Jagexes and whatever.
Mm.
That's also true. Puzzle Pirates, things that came before. It's a heavy hand, but at the same time, I think there's been more good than bad. Certainly, it's interesting to see the Flash games that have succeeded still, like N and titles like that. But yeah, because 10 years ago we would be having this conversation about indie titles, or maybe 15 at this point. And Nintendo was so tepid towards them when the cave stories started becoming popular, or Hyper Light Drifter or whatever. They're like, yeah, we're not going to do anything about that during the Wii era.
Yeah.
And finally, they're like, oh, hey, it's the Nindies Showcase, and it's 10 times more interesting than what we have to present in the Nintendo Direct.
Oof.
Lately, that's been the truth. So my indie choices, it's fun because it's a wide swath of characters to choose from literally almost anything, so long as it was developed by a independent, quote unquote, company. So my choices are as follows. My number 3 choice is Reimu Hakuri from Toho Project,
Okay.
a shrine maiden who flies through the atmosphere, shooting things like she's Twin Bee, but she's a shrine maiden. There's a lot to the character. I haven't played the games myself. I just know Toho's been widely celebrated for many years.
Yeah.
And when you sit down and check out a moveset that someone else has made of her, you're like, yeah, this could work. And I mean, the pedigree is there. So I would be happy with the character, even if she were somehow the final character announced. I'd be like, that's pretty cool.
No, it would be. It would absolutely would be.
It would be. My number 2 is the Knight from Hollow Knight, because old habits die hard, and I love me a Metroidvania.
Fair enough.
It also helps that they're a bug who fights with a nail, and everything is actually
They're
yeah.
bugs.
Hollow Knight is Bug World. It's a Burton-esque Bug World.
Okay.
They are beetles. Yeah. When you think about Hollow Knight, you can kind of see it, right? He has his pinchers are actually the top of his head.
I thought it was just a helmet.
Nope. But he has certain spirit energy powers that are available to him. The nature of the dark forest that they live in, on top of more obvious weapon capabilities, and his nail can kind of be like a charging fencer's type of weapon. So it's interesting from that standpoint too, where it's not just another sword fighter, because it can be the fencer that fights like a fencer, because Martha's a fencer that fights like a pirate. So it would be interesting to see. And this is one of those characters where I'm more interested in kind of the world that it envelops in the character itself, to be honest with you, which is why it's not my number one. But it is quite cool. My number one, however, is from a game that got me through the early stages of the pandemic last year. Randomly happened upon it. It was popular on Steam. They found that was ported to the Switch. I found out about it by chance because it's like, oh, like fangamer.com is selling merchandise for this game. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I looked it up. It's like, oh, it's on the Switch. Let's play it. It's Kiwi, or the Bard from Wandersong. A game that I've championed in the past, but never on this podcast. It's also very passive. There's not many instances where actual combat is accentuated. Most of your tasks are completed by having Kiwi sing, and he has a wheel of 8 notes, if I recall, each representing a separate note on a typical vocal octave. Getting into music territory here for a second. So, like, if you push upwards, you're getting into a high A, or you go lower, you're going into your G's and D's. So every note is different, and you have to complete puzzles and combat based upon this turning note scale, a wheel, a color wheel. So likewise in Smash, I figure you can have the color wheel procure different things. Like there's a part of in Wandersong where you are using your singing abilities to soothe ghosts and communicate with them. You can summon those ghosts with the power of the wheel to carry him up and around. He has a witch friend named Miriam, if I recall, who also has little magic spell powers if you wanted to toss that in there. Although I think she can be an up special and or an assist trophy, but I don't think she really needs her attack capabilities here. He's a part of a band at one point. You can have the band be the final smash, probably easily, similar to like a Kirby mic. You can have the coffee pirates appear, where he buys 999 million beans from the coffee pirates and sails with them around the globe. You can have monkeys in the moveset, birds, watermelons, just a giant tortoise, crystals, Bigfoot, disenfranchised factory workers.
What the fuck is this game?
Samurai techniques. It's Paper Mario-esque in the writing and the charm, and then the gameplay's better than the last 3 Paper Marios. So, I like the game. I like the character. I put it there. There he is.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about that. But sure. Why not?
But you do know what your picks are.
I do! Sort of.
Wow.
My number 3, I don't really know them too well. Like, I know they're a popular character and people like their games. I don't know. I think the second game came out. Ori. From, Ori.
Oh, yeah.
I watched a tiny bit of gameplay, but I was like, okay, that kind of looks fun. So sure, I'll give Ori the nod for my number 3 slot. Don't know him, but yeah, why not? My number 2, though. Cuphead.
There you go.
Fuck yeah, there's a game. Can't believe what that studio was able to do with that game. My God. Whenever they make a new announcement for our new game, there are going to be eyes on that company being like, all right, you impressed us once. What you got next?
Yeah.
Just be like... He has a few different types of projectiles he can use, which pretty much comprise of his special moves. But just like the sheer cartoon classic charm of that game and the characters and how they all move and interact, it's like, my God, that would fit in so well with Smash. Yeah. He would be such a good choice. I would love Cuphead to be in.
As Nintendo fans, we don't really focus on graphics all that often, and have probably often fought against graphic debates.
But when you go
With
for
Xbox, Sony
but
things.
when you go for like
Exactly.
specific styles and not just like, ooh, here's a hyper realistic. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going for artistic style, that's when a
Yeah,
game can truly be magical. Because anytime you try and go
precisely.
for, oh, here's a realistic game, give it a couple years and it's going to look like shit. But Cuphead is going to be
Mm-hmm.
beautiful forever. I
Mm-hmm.
don't give a fuck about
Precisely.
realistic graphics. Give me fun.
Mm-hmm.
Cuphead's
Yeah,
fun.
precisely. Well, the way that they managed to capture that 1920s cartoon style is ridiculous,
Mm-hmm.
and I
And
would
it's
really
so
like
good.
to see it
And the game was
on this
originally
stage.
just going to be a boss rush. That was how it was initially
Mm-hmm.
planned out. But then they decided, you know
Mm-hmm.
what? Let's add in, some running levels, some running guns. And we'll have
Yeah.
like a map and everything. We have story. The fucking devil. It's like, I sure.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ah,
Two
but
Microsoft owned indies too.
Microsoft owns Ori?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, they don't own my number one. And yes, even though actually no, I don't think Microsoft owns Cuphead. They just like bought the rights for it to be exclusive to them for a set time, and they gave them funding. But I don't
Okay.
think they own Cuphead.
Okay.
But my number one has more games than Cuphead, and their company has made quite a few
Oh,
licensed titles,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
a
Uh-huh.
lot of licensed titles.
Mm-hmm.
Some not great, but some that probably are. I just don't know them. And I
Right.
am of course talking about Shantae. I didn't know
Yeah.
about this character at all until it was actually Dodds that really just introduced me to them. And while I haven't played the games, I've watched a little bit of footage. And I was like, you know what, this gameplay style actually is pretty good. I don't know if it's technically a Metroidvania or anything like that, but you do like run around an area, getting items, trying to unlock new places, fighting bosses. I don't know. I know it's a platformer at that least, but it's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of fun just watching it. There's a bunch of different types of weaponry she can use, and she has genie powers because she's a half genie, so she can use magic, transform into different creatures. In the second game, she loses her power, so she uses pirate gear, which is also really cool. She's had quite a few games now, and I know not everybody likes. Some people say that Shantae's not good, and like I'm just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Shantae's good.
Seriously.
I'd love for her to be in Smash.
Mm-hmm.
I think she'd be a lot of fun. She kind of feels like to me, to me when it comes to like people talking about like what indies can get in Smash, there's always two names that come to that people talk about: Shantae and Shovel Knight. People tend to view them as the front
Mm-hmm.
runners, and I don't really disagree. Although
Right.
Steve technically
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
slash was an indie, but they were fully bought by Microsoft. So
Mm-hmm. All right. Most intriguing. Good list.
indeed.
On to
Next
on to the next.
up, let's go. Let's hit a corner. We haven't hit a corner yet.
Okay.
2K games.
Oh God.
That sounds like it was one of your
Okay.
difficult categories. It was a little bit
Yep.
difficult for me. I have played some of the games and I've watched, I've experienced a couple others, but I'm not super up on them. In fact, my number three is actually something I don't know at all. My number three actually came down to two choices. They're pretty much like the same thing in my eyes in terms of like Smash potential, and that's Duke Nukem and Serious Sam. Like in terms of them being in Smash, they're the same character for me. So and between them, I'll just like, all right, I'll pick one of them, and I'll go with fuck it, Serious Sam, just because he seems like he'd be a little bit more fun. And Duke Nukem kind of has that stain of Duke Nukem Forever
Oh
that
my
will
God.
forever
Seriously.
follow him behind because, oof, rough.
Mm-hmm.
So Serious Sam, I'll say is
Mm-hmm.
my number three from 2K games. My number two is from a game that Twilix has played, and I actually watched him play through the majority of it. It's Subject Delta from Bioshock 2, otherwise known as the Big Daddy. But this one is specifically
Yeah.
called Subject Delta, I found out while doing research. Big Daddies are an enemy threat in the original Bioshock game. They are these gigantic suited individuals. They have giant drill arms, and they tend to be accompanied by little girls. Not like that. It's they give them like some kind of magical power or some shit. Don't ask me to explain Bioshock. But the second game, you are playing as one of the Big Daddies. In fact, it's one of the original Big Daddies. If not the original, I don't know for sure. I don't remember. It's been a while since I looked things up. And you were called Subject Delta. I don't know if they actually call you that much in game, but you're trying to help out all the. I think they're called Little Sisters, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right.
Like you're trying to help them, free them. You can just straight up sacrifice them if you're a monster. But not only do you have your giant drill, but you've also got what's essentially the Bioshock equivalent to magic, which he could use, which I think would be pretty cool. And he's also playable in PlayStation All Stars, so we know they can be in a fighting game. My number one, though, from 2K games comes from a series that I have played. I don't fully understand my opinion on the series. It's not something I'm good at. I really only played it because somebody else wanted me to play it with them. But, it was fun enough. And that's Borderlands. Again, it's an FPS game, so it's not really my thing. But, it's got its charm. It's got its characters. It's got Tiny Tina. Not my character choice. It's got Claptrap. Not my character choice. It's got, oh, right, Lilith. My character choice. The original Siren from the first game, which basically means she can do some sort of magic. Mostly related to fire with her. She's also called the Firehawk as a title that she has. Bioshock is all about guns. Or not Bioshock, Borderlands. Borderlands is all about guns. In fact, the Borderlands 3 promotional material was talking about how it was like guns and guns and guns and guns. Like over 100,000 fucking different guns. It's insanity. But I kind of figure, she can use some of her Firehawk abilities, teleporting, manifesting fire. But they also, the thing that makes guns unique in Borderlands is that there are different elements to them. Like, you have fire. Obviously, it tends to do well on fleshy subjects, because flesh burns. There's shock, or electric ammo, which works well on machines. There's, I don't remember what it's called, acid, poison, corrosive, that's what it is. Corrosive ammo, so you're taking damage over time. There is slag, which when you're hit by slag, you take more damage from other attacks targeting you. So there's some options they can do with that for Lilith and for Borderlands. And I figure if you're going to have a character from Borderlands, you got two choices. You got Lilith, and you got Claptrap. And for me, Claptrap is an annoying piece of shit, so he can go fuck off and die. That leaves Lilith. So that's who I nominate from 2K. What you got?
Okay. There you go. My number 3 for 2K is a character that you just how do I put it? You just smack talked him big time, and it is Claptrap. And the only reason I chose this character, having not played any 2K games to a serious extent, you choose between two characters when you look at Borderlands. There's Lilith and there's Claptrap, and I didn't even know Lilith existed until you just mentioned her. So.
I mean, Claptrap is the face of the franchise. That's just how it is.
If you want an annoying ass robot, like the shape of the character, there's things that get interest in the general scope. Besides that, I know next to nothing. It's a robot that
he is playable in the prequel game, so
yeah, there you go. Pull from the prequel game, and you got your moveset.
Well, again, it's a shooter, so guns.
Yeah, many guns, except you're a metal box who talks a lot. My number 2. my number 2 is the Big Daddy. And as thank God you explained away at that, because I wouldn't have been able to that same extent. It has an interesting design, I'll give you that much. I didn't even know it was the protagonist of Bioshock 2, but that gives it more credence to it sets it apart from just being an enemy. So that is cool. My number 1 is actually also from Bioshock. It's from Bioshock Infinite.
Okay.
Booker DeWitt, the protagonist of the title, who upon research has more going to him than you think, because you look at this man, you think he's just a generic shooting character. Fits the part. He's a white guy with a rifle in his art. Boom. There you go. He has powers. Supernatural powers.
I mean, that's kind of Bioshock.
Yep. Which is interesting. So, but he drinks vigor as you do, and receives a number of potential abilities. He can potentially summon a spirit to possess opponents. Not, in Smash proper, I think that would probably just be simplified through like a confusion effect. He has the ability to summon a murder of crows to attack his opponents.
Okay.
Yeah. He can shoot bursts of like streams of flamethrowers from his hands, called Devil's Kiss. Good lord, he can do the same with frozen. He can do the same with ice blasts. He can do force grabs and chokeholds, essentially. And he also can use water. He can bend water, ice, and fire.
I know that Subject Delta can do like fire, lightning, and ice, but Jesus.
And then he also he would be partnered with his sidekick, kind of like a Rex and Pyro situation. Although that's how I would like to see this in the game, but if need be, she can just appear. Elizabeth, the main female character in the game, who accompanies him. She can tear reality. She can tear the fabric of reality and teleport through it.
Oh.
So
okay.
There's also that. So it becomes a keep away character where you're tearing through, kind of similar to almost a wraith, and then you're also selecting and choosing between your potential vigor potion options to attack with any number of ridiculous, fantastical moves.
Right.
So, and then you also have your gun. So there you go. The character pleasantly surprised me looking into it.
Okay.
And that's 2K.
Fair enough.
Okay. Looking at our bingo sheet here. Let's go to another corner and another Western developer. Let's go to Warner Brothers.
Not the corner I thought you would do.
I know. I wanted to kind of switch things up a little bit, right? Throw a curveball. Give you the most controversial choice of my three. You will fight me on this, and I don't care because it's my third choice, and I couldn't think of anything else.
You can't say Lego Star Wars or Lego
No,
Batman.
It's Alien.
Huh?
Yes, the half-human, half-elf druid from Shadow of Mordor.
That's a licensed character.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
no,
now
it's
let's
a
move
licensed
on
game.
because it's a licensed game and an original character from the licensed game. How do we work through that? Is that a fourth party? Is it a third party?
I mean, the character is a video game originating character, but the property is licensed.
Yeah, it's like if you bring Sora into the game and then just don't mention any Disney characters at all. Period.
The only Disney characters that have a chance of being mentioned if Sora gets into Smash is Donald and Goofy. Anything else is not happening.
Yeah, precisely. So Donald and Goofy would open up a rift. That would still be something. Or Chucky, who's on the Smashtopia wiki as an assist trophy. So my number 2 is Maxwell from Scribblenauts.
Okay, that's a little bit more understandable.
Yep. Yeah, he draw things into. I was so into the preface of Scribblenauts when it first came out.
It was a
Like
really
that
cool
is
idea. I
cool.
played one of them and then I got bored.
Yeah, it's a sandbox title, so your moves may vary with how your enjoyment level. Um, Me, it was a little too freeform for me to really even fully grasp what the heck was going on.
Yeah.
But just knowing that you can summon like 999 items in that game, there's room for some craziness. You ride a T Rex while throwing a football at someone's head. Just call it a day, or summon the super fire chicken lord and have him raise the stage.
Summon
Anything.
Batman.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. That's a licensed character. Um,
It is.
and last but not least, because honestly, out of all the companies, I think WB may have given me the most issue.
Really?
But yeah, but we do have actually another indie character named the Kid from the title Bastion. So Hades has recently come into contention as a very popular indie title recently, and it's a top-down kind of slash 'em up title, similar to almost a Diablo-esque thing,
It blew the fuck up.
or a Fable. It blew up. Bastion was developed by the same company and published by WB, and it was very celebrated, similar to very well reviewed. Just didn't hit the same fever pitch that Hades did. Um, and yeah, you kill things with the sword. You use the magic, and there's like something going on with gold coins, and you do things. And and the cool thing about the Kid too is that it's not just a sword. You have a menagerie of things available to you in the armory, so you can swing around a ball and chain, or a mace, or a poleaxe, or a spear. So he has all manner of weapons available to him. Kind of a usual warrior type character, but not something we see in Smash at least.
Not really. No.
Yep. And how about you?
Well, I don't have a Lord of the Rings character. I can tell you that fucking much. Jesus Christ. How are you
So
not
you had
this?
Gimli.
Well, well, no, but I do have the Warrior from Gauntlet. That's my number 3. He got an axe. He a fighter. He throws axe. Because
Hmm.
every weapon is a projectile in Gauntlet, which is insane, and I love it. I've thought about trying to come up with a moveset for him in the past, but the Gauntlet Wiki is not very well updated, and
No.
the 2 Gauntlet games I can remember are just the original, where literally all you do is throw your weapon, and then one of the ones on PS1, which is pretty much still the same deal, but there's a little bit more to it. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do with him. But he's my number 3. Why not? My number 2 is Maxwell. Scribble
There
nonsense,
you go.
big. You can pretty much do literally anything with all of his moves. It's like a typewriter falls. He summons Batman. He has a fire. He holds up a fire-breathing chicken. He gets a jetpack. You can do literally whatever you want with Maxwell, and is why he will probably never be on this podcast, because you can do literally anything, and I will be paralyzed for
Hmm.
choice. So,
Yeah.
my number 1 is really the obvious pick, I think, and that's Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Not sure how you
Oh
forgot
yeah.
about Scorpion when we've talked about him on the podcast. But the problem with Scorpion is that Mortal Kombat does not release in Japan. Japan does not like Mortal Kombat, so the odds of him ever being in Smash are extremely low. But hey, I think he's cool. Some people might prefer other characters from Mortal Kombat, but again, usually you get the main character, and if it's not Scorpion, it will probably be like either Sub Zero or Raiden or Shang Tsung, maybe Shao Kahn. But no, it's got to be
Right.
Scorpion, right? He's got to get over here.
Right. Get over here. There. Cool.
Okay. So you picked a company that was one of your hardest ones. I'm gonna do the same. Let's go to Arc System Works.
Okay.
I had
Good.
trouble with these. In fact, I could only pick 4 fucking games that I could think of anything for, and the fourth one was extremely loose, so it pretty much got thrown out. So these are the 3 games that I could just think of as being for Arc System Works.
Yeah.
Oof. Also, I'll say this: the only Arc System Works game I've ever played was the demo for BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle. That's all I have on Arc System Works. I don't know. I
Right.
have nothing else. I wanted to play the Persona 4 Arena games, but they're not available on PC, so I can't. They are like 360 only, which, well, I guess I could see if my 360 still works. It hasn't been used in a lot of years. I'm probably better off throwing it out, but I still
Uh
have it. It's just in a box. I don't know if it works.
huh.
But Arc System Works, starting off with my number 3, from Double Dragon, Billy and Jimmy Lee. You mentioned before having a team up character, and this is my team up character. I've mentioned them just like being in lockstep with each other. When one runs, the other one runs. When one punches, the other one punches. They're just doing like their little attacks from their game. It's an arcade beat 'em up, so yeah, fuck it, why not? Billy and Jimmy Lee.
Why
My
not?
number 1 and my number 2 really could have flip flopped either fucking way. And I
Hmm.
don't know their games. I don't know them. I watched some gameplay footage of both of these games and the characters in particular, and I'm kind of just like, all right, one of them is slightly cooler than the other one, but as a whole, like I don't know these games, and their wikis are huge, and I didn't want to spend the day reading about the one character, so I didn't. I just picked off some gameplay footage. Number 2, Soul Bad Guy from Guilty Gear. And number 1, Ragnar the Blood Edge from BlazBlue. That's all I got for
There you
them.
go. There you go. Okay. Fair enough. Billy and Jimmy are also my number 3 for SN for Arc System or for SNK. And that's just because again, what more can you do? And at least they're legacy characters.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of Double Dragon support there already. My number 2 was Ragnar the Blood Edge, and my number 1 was Soul Bad Guy. So it was just a flop. This is just a flip flop. And I went with Soul as my number 1 because he has a gun blade, which is an interesting weapon.
Fair enough.
And his name is totally absurd. That's about
I mean, both of them have absurd names. Soul Bad Guy and Ragnar the Blood Edge. What the hell?
true enough. Okay. Speaking of SNK, let's do SNK.
All right, let's do it.
Another fighting game heavy franchise.
That's
But
true.
nonetheless, my number 3 for SNK is going to be having you scratch your set saying, "Ooh." Then again, not too long ago, you were saying the same thing about Terry Bogard.
It's true.
So I'm trying to pull up the hero. The characters that I chose are for my number 3 are named Akari and Hagure. Akari and Hagure from a fighting game called SNK. What else is it? Called The Last Blade. Last Blade being a feudal Japanese style fighting game with lots of samurai ninja and like lots of callbacks to mythos and Japanese culture. So Hagure is a shikigami, which is a kind of like a possessed item. The spirit has possessed a sheet in this case, and he's kind of a mischievous shapeshifter who fights along this young girl who is I think she's a shrine maiden as well, and they fight in tandem with one another. Hagure being someone who looks over Akari, so and Akari has a lot of light magic attacks. So as far as a fighting game goes, interesting background on these characters. And I really just flung my hand into the net. And I was like, what's a fighting game that is not Fatal Fury or Samurai Showdown? And here we are.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. My number 2 is something that was covered on the Smash Copy Wiki, but not by us as well. Kelly. It's Metal Slug.
Okay.
Characters like Marco and other characters from the game, either hopping into the Metal Slug tank itself, because it's a fairly versatile tank. It's not like having Andy fight from his tank for the entire time, or Quad Wallace for that matter. It's more like a Sophia the Third, where you can theoretically have it be them mounted in it the entire time. Or you can have them fight independently. I haven't decided what I liked more yet. I kind of like the idea of it being a mounted character, because it's one of the few ones that would make sense. So there's that. Metal Slug, lots of fun in the arcades with that back in the day too. My number 1 though was a character that was frequently talked about after Terry's, or even preceding Terry's inclusion, as far as SNK characters went, and that is Nakaruru from Samurai Showdown. She is a young girl who fights with a hawk, and that's pretty much all you need to know. Interesting combo-based fighter. She's fighting with a hawk.
Yeah.
The hawk is fighting with her. That's cool. And Samurai Showdown is a fairly celebrated franchise within SNK. If you're not doing Fatal Fury King of Fighters, which I feel like we shouldn't, even though there's Rio or Geese Howard or whoever, but in this, for the sake of diversity,
Right.
So that's that. There we go.
Okay. Well, for me, SNK, my number 3 comes from Metal Slug.
Mm-hmm.
And while on our Smashtopia Wiki, Kelly specifically calls out and says that the Metal Slug, his character submission for it, is just like, it's all the 4 main characters, and they just like swap out, but it's the same moveset for them all, so they also collectively call it Metal Slug. I'm specifically naming Marco Rossi as my character from Metal Slug, because I feel like you could probably do the same thing, where he just swaps between different characters and they just have a different name. But for me personally, I prefer them to use the character names and not just a general collection names. Like, you don't call Basil Jr. Koopaling, But that's just probably my little personal thing there. My number 2 is Athena Asamiya from Psycho Soldier, a game who really only came to me because while SNK got a lot of tracks in Smash with Terry, the Psycho Soldier theme is the one that like really sticks out to me because it has vocals and they say Psycho Soldier throughout the track. So you remember it very easily. It's like how Supersonic Racing is one of the standout tracks for me that Sonic has in Smash, because they say Supersonic Racing a lot in that track. And she's a psychic. The interesting thing about Athena is there's actually 2 Athenas throughout the SNK games, and one of the Athena, I don't remember which. I think one of the 2 Athenas is like the descendant of the other one. But they are both, they're warriors that fought to defend their homes, and Athena is a psychic. So I thought, that's a little bit, I say different. Smash has a few psychics already, but it's not like something that I feel is overcrowded. Now, psychics using teleport is overcrowded, but that's different. My number 1. My number 1 from SNK. Well, they don't fight alone. They're one of the protagonists from their games. It's Nakaruru. She fights with a hawk. I know how Maru is another option for Samurai Showdown. He's one of the other main characters from those games. But Nakaruru just seems so much more interesting because how Maru is just another samurai. Well, Nakaruru, God fucking damn it, Danganronpa. Fucking Christ. Nakaruru, again, she has a bird fighting with her, and that's really cool and unique compared to everything else. I think she has another animal too, but I don't remember offhand what it is. But she is by far, for me, the interesting choice when it comes to SNK and Samurai Showdown.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So, we're running low on choices here.
Mm-hmm. The sun's getting real low.
Koei Tecmo.
Okay.
All right, Koei Tecmo. This is one that I know you have a character that you have been championing for years, but we'll get there. Number 3 for me. I'm not well versed in Koei Tecmo as well. Like a lot of these companies, like my gaming interests tend to be kind of hyper focused in certain areas, so I don't tend to look at a whole bunch of different companies. But for Koei Tecmo, my number 3
And
is Yuri Kozukata from Fatal Frame. Her game is on the Wii U. I think it's getting a Switch port, if I'm remembering correctly. I think they advertised that in like the last Direct, or maybe it was 2 Directs ago. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's happening. You're a photographer who's taking picture of spooky shit. You see a ghost?
mm-hmm.
Take a picture. I don't know what all you can really do with her in Smash, but I think there's some fun stuff that you could probably do. Make her a little bit fun. She's also an assist trophy, one of the few third-party assist trophies in Smash. Although I guess she might be considered a second party because I think Nintendo helped out with Fatal Frame, or at least her Fatal Frame. I'm not entirely sure about that. My number 2 might get me murdered because it's Ryu Hayabusa.
Really?
Yes, he's not my number 1.
Interesting.
I gotta be honest. I know a lot of people say, and I agree with them, that Ninja Gaiden is one of the big NES franchises that has yet to be replicated in Smash. It is missing. I don't deny that, but to me personally, he's kind of boring. He is a ninja with a katana. There's 1,000 of them. Yes, he has the legacy. But as terms of a character, as somebody who has never played Ninja Gaiden, I don't care. Sorry. I recognize his legacy, though. That's why he's number 2 for me. But as far as like what he can do, I just... But you know what would be fun? My number 1 from Koei Tecmo. It's Etna from Disgaea.
Oh, yeah.
She is a little demon girl who has an army of pretties at her disposal, which are explosive penguins.
Mm-hmm.
They do her bidding. They follow any order she gives them. They will fight and put their life on the line for her. And if they die, they explode.
Yeah. So they do. I've played a few Disgaea games, and I've never beaten them because I realize it takes like 600 hours.
Yeah, and things have
They
10
go
trillion health. Which, granted, your damage values are also at insanely high numbers. But it's like, goddamn. Like, I only know Disgaea really from reputation. But I think Etna would be incredibly fun. Just like, send out a pretty, and it explodes. That's your standard special. Then your side special is you send out a pretty, and it explodes. Your special, you send a pretty, it explodes. I don't... It can all be pretties for all I fucking care. Let's get Etna in.
Okay, that's a good choice. I mean, to be honest with you, I just was updating my 2s and 3s because I totally forgot this guy was run by Koei Tecmo. With the way that you were grinning, I was just really hoping that it wasn't going to be a fucking Warriors character. Thank God.
No.
Because that would be really
God,
scary.
no.
Like, oh, my choice is Kenshiro Watanabe from Dynasty Warriors 5.
I am not Nobisawa. And I am insulted
I was for a brief period.
that you would imply such a terrible thing.
Okay, so my number 3 was Rygar, to be honest with you, and you know, let's keep it that way because Edna, I didn't think of her, even though she's great. Rygar has what's interesting about Rygar is that it's an old school character, had a lot of interest in the early 80s, what have you. And he fights with a shield that is sent out as if it is a yo-yo.
Okay.
So just that bizarre visual in itself. And that's about all he has going for him. But I mean, number 2 is Yuri Kozukata. I think that a Fatal Frame character would be pretty interesting in Smash, especially since the character is the franchise is like halfway owned by Nintendo now, so it's kind of a Bayonetta-esque. I think it's more than Bayonetta-esque. I think they own the majority share of the franchise now,
Uh-huh.
which is interesting. Having Yuri in Smash I think it's you're using the picture horrific or whatever the camera's called, and you're capturing these ghosts inside of them. So I figure, what if her moveset revolved around capturing and releasing these monstrosities
Yeah.
from the camera, having them attack these buttons? So that kind of character we don't really have in Smash. It would be interesting. It would be really fucking creepy, actually. It would be interesting. My number one is the man who you wronged with your slander. Your
It is
slander.
not slander.
If we're talking about only the original Ninja Gaidens, which, funnily enough, are also the best Ninja Gaidens in my opinion, that would be true enough. But in more recent titles, we've gone beyond just the throwing stars and wheels and flaming wheels and spinning attacks and whatever. He's also part of the Dead or Alive. So what? Like Hayabusa represents Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive
He does.
single-handedly. Similarly, in a way that Yoshimitsu would for Tekken and Soul Calibur, but who cares about Yoshimitsu? So, besides being a shinobi ninja, he's also the protector of the dragon sword and has dragon blood pulsing through his veins. So he's able to enable he's able to summon dragons. He's able to use fire-based dragon attacks, incorporate wind, like air-based dragon. So there's more there than just the typical ninja stuff. There's a little bit of mythos there with his dragon background. Beyond that, I'll give it to you. He's more of a stoic character, but I think it's similar to me, like with Rayman. You have a character like Rayman, like why the fuck is he not in?
It's fair.
At this point, there's not a lot of characters like Hayabusa where you can say, okay, it's the legacy. But in his case, it is the legacy that sets him above the edge for me.
Yeah.
Similar to how Simon got into Ultimate for much of that reason.
Yeah. The Belmonts
And
were
once
pretty
we're done,
much our retro rep for Ultimate.
yeah, precisely. And once Hayabusa is check marked off, because I think he eventually will be, it's really just there you go. There's all your legacy characters that are at the top rung done.
The best of the NES.
That being said, precisely, and then Billy and Jimmy Lee just make it. For the hell of it. Or Rash. There's extra, but I think Hayabusa is like the bottom of the top rung. Let's see here. What do we even have left? We've made it through quite a few, haven't we?
There are 6 categories left.
Okay, let's see here. I will go with Square Enix. And this is where things get fucky. Because you're going to hear my list, be like, what the hell is all this? So,
I might.
my number 3 is Black Mage.
Oh, okay.
A character that I still want a character in Smash that represents Final Fantasy predating 7.
Classic Final Fantasy.
Exactly. We have Cloud and Sephiroth. So what's the best way forward? There, you have a lot of great characters. You have Terra. You have Cecil, Warrior, Light, whatever. I think Black Mage is the most ubiquitous by a long shot. And you can say, oh, why not Vivi? Because it would be a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Before Zidane. So Black Mage is such a recognizable character. Easily represents the franchise. Such a iconic design, representative of. There's a lot of things you can do with the archetypal magic that it possesses. He's a good step forward. My number two. I sat down and I said, "What are we going to do with this game?" when there's 8 main characters.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So I didn't decide to do the Octopath Traveler as an 8-in-1. I decided, even though Octopath Traveler is a game that
I don't think
honestly
you
fell
can.
a little short for me, the idea of having Tressa, the merchant, be playable is interesting to me. Um, and she, as you know, she has pickpocket moves. She has a few wind-based moves inexplicably. But then beyond that, you can also, I'm forgetting the exact name of the move. You can hire sellswords to fight on her behalf. In the scope of Smash,
What's the
just
main
make
character?
those characters, yeah, make those characters be the other Octopath Traveler characters. You can have Albera come in for whatever, some sweeping move. Everybody.
So, oh,
Blanking on some of their names. Yeah,
hmm,
yeah. So that could be the gateway to having all the characters represented, but without the headache.
right.
Would be fun. Octopath is inexplicably seeing a sequel that I think is coming out on mobile.
It's a
Like,
sequel, but it's
okay.
like in classic Square Enix fashion. It's a sequel, but it's disconnected. Different characters, different
Oh,
story.
okay. Wonderful, wonderful.
I think. Pretty
And
sure.
kind of the best thing that came out of Octopath Traveler are the next games that are not related to Octopath Traveler. Like the Triangle Strategy game,
Oh yeah.
ridiculous name, absolutely ridiculous name. Great demo.
Also, I wish instead
Dragon
of
Quest
getting
3.
pixel
Yeah.
remasters for Final Fantasy 1 through 6, which whoop the fuck
I
they
know.
do, and Square Enix people are just like, can we get these on console? If you buy them on
hmm
PC, we'll consider it. It's like, fuck off. Like, it's great that Final
Uh-huh.
Fantasies 1 and 2 are finally coming to Steam because of the only ones that were missing. But
hmm
I don't give a fuck about the Pixel remaster. They're also taking off the versions of 3 through 6 that were already on Steam and they're replacing them with the Pixel remaster, which is like, no, I don't want that.
hmm
It's like, why?
hmm
Instead, give us 1 through 6 in Octopath's art style. Because
Yeah,
holy shit, that's an amazing style.
it is. It is. I hope they maintain it for several more remakes. If it's all trapped within this gen, so be it. But bring us more
Yeah.
because it looks great. And Octopath Traveler was kind of all flash, but past the initial chapters at least. But Tressa was at least a character that was charming and had a cool initial story, I think. And lastly, there's Marina Lightyears,
Oh,
an
okay.
Enix character, an Enix platforming character who hasn't been seen since her first game came out over 20 years ago on the Nintendo 64.
And probably will never be.
Yeah, but it was developed by Treasure, who has since gone on to develop Gunstar Heroes, Sin and Punishment. So there's a little bit of it was like a precocious gem for the company amidst all of that. Marina has the ability to shake and throw enemies before Wario ever considered it. Um, and beyond that, she can use her hyper sonic weird limbs to pull Rayman esque moves off or fast travel or like speed through. What we're getting at here is ultimately, right? I am a platformer kind of guy, and I like my platforming characters. So this is a bit of a niche character. She has jet boost. She can grab weird like the basis of her move set would be, oh, I caught you, and it would be I was shaking for you audio listeners out there, Eric. Um, yeah, fun, fun times.
Okay.
Hey, it's better than Gruntilda, right?
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
some ways. In
No,
some
in
ways,
all of the ways.
it was a fun game. Um, I don't know. Fond memories took over my head, and I said, "No way in hell is Zantok choosing this."
You're right. I'm not. My Square Enix choices are probably going to be a little bit more expected.
Mm-hmm.
So my number three is from the Chrono games, and I say games even though there's only two of them, and they're honestly it's a loose connection. Like they're in the same. They are in the same series, but it's far in the future,
Yeah.
more or less. Which is weird considering that
Mm-hmm.
Chrono Trigger is like all the time frames. It goes like every fucking year. But it's Chrono.
Right.
Well, personally between
Oh,
Chrono and Surge, the protagonist of Chrono Cross, I like Chrono Cross more as a game than I like Chrono Trigger, which I know is blasphemy, but get over it. But when I look at the two characters, Surge, his attacks are really just swinging his two-bladed weapon, and then any character can use the same kinds of magical techniques in Chrono Cross. Whereas in Chrono Trigger, everybody has their own techniques that they can use, and there's even they can even double up with other party members to do. I think it's called dual tech. Yeah, dual techs, and create new effects. So Chrono really just fits the bill better in that respect. And my number two
yeah.
is 2B from Nier Automata, a game
Yeah.
that I never expected to play until it did really well in a poll where people voted to force me to play a certain game. It didn't win, Bug Fables did, but I ended up playing Nier Automata anyways. And while the battle system took a while for me to get a grip on, and I had to actually change how I held my controller in order to get it to work for me, uh, it was pretty fun. The story is still bonkers. I don't understand a lot of what went on, but I enjoyed it. Tubi's a fun character, and I think there's some interesting things that you could do with her for a moveset. Maybe one
Oh
day I'll
yeah.
do that. But my number one should be an obvious pick. It's the Black Mage from Final Fantasy. I fucking wish it's not. No, I did consider other Final Fantasy characters, and if I was going to choose a retro one, Black Mage would have been my pick. You could also argue Warrior of Light, representing the first game. Terra, Final Fantasy 6 is really popular. Cecil or Cecil, whatever the fuck it is, Final Fantasy 4, people is beloved as well, and he has this whole Paladin Dark Knight thing going on. 2 and 3 and 5 I don't really think work as well. If I went with a more modern Final Fantasy character, while I think the game is kind of odd, Noctis isn't a bad choice. He can throw his weapon and then teleport to it. That's fucking cool. The magic
Yeah.
system in 15 is stupid, but he can throw his weapon and teleport to it, and that's fucking cool. But we're not here to talk
Mm-hmm.
about Final Fantasy. Sort of. How about instead Sora from Kingdom Hearts? Yes, 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 yes. I know. There's the
Yeah.
Disney thing. But this is fantasy, and we can do
Mickey
whatever we
Mouse
want.
here.
Sora, man, he barriers have been getting broken like hell between Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate. Getting Cloud,
Mm-hmm.
getting Bayonetta, getting Ryu, um, getting trying to think,
Sephiroth,
getting Sephiroth,
Eve,
Joker, Steve,
Banjo,
Banjo. Really, as far as I'm concerned, there are two characters left that I
Pharaoh,
think
and
would just
Vincent.
destroy. I'm talking third parties. K-Roon really did not
Yeah.
destroy barriers. There are two other third party characters that I feel like would really destroy barriers. Maybe I guess there's a third maybe, but Master Chief would be huge, massive hype. I mean, sure, we have other Microsoft titles ready, but we don't have a shooter. We don't have somebody that would be like that violent like Chief is. But then there's Sora, who we assume is being held back by Disney, and getting him would just be like the
Mm-hmm.
glass was shattered with Cloud, and it was shattered again with Sephiroth. Sora and Master Chief are the next big glass shattering characters as far as I'm concerned. The only other kind of
Mm-hmm.
barrier that really could be shattered after that point is just any indie character. And then at that point, any video game character is possible.
Right.
I gotta support Sora.
Do it. there he is,
Yeah, he is.
your Keyblade warrior.
Mm.
Will there be the gummy ship incorporated into his moveset?
No, but maybe that could be his entrance animation. It's also
Yeah.
called a gummy
Oh,
ship, by the way.
there you go. There you go. The
Also,
best
with
parts of
Square
Kingdom Hearts.
Enix, we now have not only our first bingo, but we have a double bingo.
Oh,
Yep.
nice.
So there it is. I think now, I think it's time for Sony.
Okay.
It's been sitting there, and I think it needs to be
Mm-hmm.
unveiled. My
Mm-hmm.
number 3 for Sony is Kratos from God of War. Now, don't get me wrong, Kratos would be a great choice to add to Smash. I guess there is another glass shattering barrier for Smash, and that's literally any of the Sony first party characters because we don't have any
Mm-hmm.
yet. Get a Sony character already, Jesus. Kratos would be a good choice
Mm-hmm.
for that. You know, he killed the God of War, he killed many gods, and then he went to go retire in Norse land and have a son and a beard. And I'm assuming that he's killing the Norse gods now. I don't really know. I didn't. I haven't followed God of War. It's another game that I'd like to watch someday. I
Mm-hmm.
kind of wonder what they're gonna do with him next. Like, are there more Norse gods for him to kill? Because again, I don't know what happens in that game. Or are we gonna go to Egypt next? Are we gonna kill Ra and Seth? I don't know, man. But I think Kratos would be fun. He was actually in one of the Soul Calibur games, the worst Soul Calibur game, the PSP game. Not great. Not a great game. Kind of wasted his inclusion in that one. My number 2
Yep.
is not a popular game, but you know I think it's a gem of the PS1 era. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to go back and play it just because like the inventory system is. Oh, yeah, I can go back and play it. I have it on. I do have access to it, but like its inventory system is a bit of a pain to deal with. Dart from Legend of Dragoon. Uh, he
Oh yeah.
was he was heavily he's supposedly was going to be in PlayStation All Stars, which again Kratos was, and they found evidence of him being worked on, but it sounds like there was some interference from Sony, and they're just like, stop working on what you're working on because the game's not doing well. Work on this character because we think we can sell them instead and make money. It didn't work. So now those of us Dragoon fans are bitter because we didn't get Dart in the game.
Mm-hmm.
My number 1, another character that's actually in PlayStation All Stars. That princess. No, not that princess. No. It's
Sweet.
Sly Cooper. Get me the Thievius
There you go.
Raccoonus. Give me that
Mm-hmm.
raccoon. Oh my god, his games are great. They're a lot of fun. It's not something I myself played. I mean, I dabbled a little bit. It was more of a Trilix game because it's very stealthy, and I am notoriously bad at stealth. But when he was playing, I was right there in the room with him watching. So I feel like I got the experience, even though I didn't play it myself.
Yeah.
But Sly Cooper,
Yeah.
it's so much fun. People didn't like the fourth game as much, but I still think it was really cool. I hope they do more. Please do more Sly Cooper. Please.
Yeah. Absolutely. Sly is an old time pick for you. I remember you championing him as far back as the opening days of Mercurius back in 2006, 2007.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, you loved him
Because
all the way
I
back then.
have never made
It
a
was a
Sly
hard
move
box.
set.
No, you haven't. But you've been enjoying the games about.
Yeah, I like the
Um,
games. They're fun.
yeah, there's so many Sony games you can choose from. Like, holy cow. There's a lot. So my second and third choices are not to go against the grain of what you've chosen. They're mostly different, so that way we can cover a larger swath. So here, my third choice is Ratchet and Clank.
Okay, respect.
Character, yep, respect. And to be honest with you, I have never played a Ratchet and Clank game,
Yeah, me
which
either.
needs to change. But from my baseline understanding of it, you have a lot of ridiculous cartoony weapons to choose from, primarily guns, magnet rays, what have you. Um, and he fights with a wrench and has a little robot companion named Clank who does things, and that's entertaining. Hold on 1 minute. I'm going to mute my mic. Nighttime allergies, eh? So Ratchet and Clank kind of fall into this archetype that I think Sony pervaded for a couple of years. There was Ratchet and Clank. There was Jack and Daxter. Um, there were platforming gods of the early PS2 era.
Yeah.
Um, so
They have a
between the
crossover
two, I
game
kind
with
of just
Sly
went
Cooper
Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, also
with
true.
the
And,
PlayStation Move.
we'll talk about that controller another day. Ratchet and Clank. I kind of chose. I think that they're the more prevalent of what's left of that era, and
Mm-hmm.
have more recently had a game on the PS5. So it kind of has like a Star Fox-esque charm to it, loosely. But unlike Star Fox, their story progresses. Um, my number two pick is a surprise to nobody. Maybe that is not my number one. It's Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima,
Okay.
who I will let my moveset that I posted on the Smashtopia wiki speak for itself for the primary meat of that conversation. Ghost of Tsushima, they're as you get older, I don't know about you, but for me, as I get older, it becomes increasingly difficult for the games that I put my time into to wow me as they did when I was younger.
Interesting.
Um, Ghost of Tsushima is one of those games that wowed me like when I was younger. Um, Everything about it falls into place wonderfully. And Jen also scratches an itch that I had obsessed about for years. Just always change character.
You were so obsessed with stance
Any,
change, and you
uh-huh,
finally maybe
uh-huh,
got it out of your system. Like almost
uh-huh.
every character we were talking
And
about, you'd be like, "Oh, and they could do a stance change." It's like, why though?
Balloon Fighter, you're like, what? um, any of
Sonic.
Samurai and Ghost Forms too. Very, very technical character. Basically a ninja and samurai at once. So it's cool. And lastly, my number one is your number three. My number one is Kratos. I don't know. I think when I think when folks think of modern Sony, Kratos is the first image that comes to mind for a lot of them, which is
Fair.
so God of War. I fucking hated Kratos in God of War 3. Like, holy crap, was he a petching asshole? And then he redeemed himself in the reboot. It's like, okay, never mind, I like you again. Um, Very interesting how they approach the, and you have two separate movesets here because you're dealing with two separate mythologies, worlds, and it's like, would Kratos fight with his chain weapon, or would he fight with his axe, his hatchet? I kind of feel like you can probably do both. Just mix up the moveset a little bit, make them an amalgamation, like how Snake is apparently Solid Snake and Big Boss combined in
Yeah, that's
Smash.
really weird.
Um,
Like, why?
I have no clue at all. So there's Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, Naked Snake, Venom Snake, and Smash Snake. Um, Sakura Snake. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy the character. I enjoy his arc. He's major to Sony. I think that if you were to have a character like Kratos stand beside Master Chief, uh, there goes the internet. Like Sony will never have, and they will never play ball to this extent with another
Yeah.
company. But if they did, I could see it being Kratos. After all, he isn't Fortnite.
He is in Fortnite, which is something that even Nintendo wasn't allowing to happen with Samus. Because they're just like, oh, sure,
Mm-hmm.
you can put Samus in Fortnite, but that only can only be bought on Nintendo consoles, but only people playing on Nintendo consoles can even see the Samus skins. Like, really? The first, I
Uh-huh.
understand where you're coming from. I think it's dumb, but I understand where you're coming from. The second one, you're being ridiculous, Nintendo. Get your act together. Do I care about
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite? No. But get your act together. Come on.
Seriously.
It makes them look nearly as bad as when Sony was like, no, we don't want to cross-play. People get the best experience on PlayStation, so we don't want them to play it on other consoles, so we won't let them have friends.
Seriously.
Sony, get the stick out of your ass.
They all ridiculous business practices on behalf of both companies. Sony, a little worse, but nonetheless. Yeah, Sony has. You can make an argument that they have the best exclusives and the most regressive business strategies.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Nintendo.
Yeah, precisely. Where's the PS5? Like, where is it physically in stores?
Not in my living room, I can tell you that much.
Uh-huh. Same
I
here.
need it for Final Fantasy. God damn it.
Seriously. Let's go company that's been near and dear to Sony for in the early aughts anyway, Activision. Okay, so my number 3 for Activision is a bit of a curveball. I had to kind of research and say, okay, what did Activision make that's not Call of Duty, Spyro, or Crash, or Skylanders? God. And we landed on Sekiro, which was a game of the year a couple of years back. Sekiro being the titular character of the game, apparently has some fantastical magic at his disposal, as well as typical samurai abilities. Don't really know or even care that much beyond that, other than I found a character that was not from Call of Duty.
Fair enough.
My number 2 is a character that I would not be surprised to be your number 1, because you hold him in high adoration. Spyro the Dragon. He flies, he shoots fire, has a dragonfly companion who loves you very much.
It's true.
And he headbutts you.
With horns.
Yeah. And he knows Tigger also.
He knows what?
And then Tigger, you know from Winnie the Pooh. And Reptar, all those guys. And my number 1 is Crash. For me, it had to be Crash. An innovator of the 3D platforming genre before Super Mario 64 came out. Very popular in Japan as well as America, which Spyro kind of got screwed in development hell over in Japan and did not get his proper shake.
Well, it's more like the first game had a really bad localization, and Japan did not like it. So they didn't. I don't think they even got. They might have gotten Spyro 2, but I don't think they got Spyro 3.
Right. Yeah, like Spyro 2 was so spiraled out of control, and I think they got the trilogy a couple of years ago, but that didn't sell very well either, unfortunately. But yeah, for Crash, because it's kind of like a Hayabusa argument for me when it comes between Spyro and Crash. Crash being an innovator of the genre, and then Spyro in some cases maybe, but like I enjoy a Spyro game more than Crash in most cases. Just Crash, a nod to what Crash had done for the genre. And he spins around and eats a thing called a Wumpa fruit.
Yes.
How can you not like that? As a fake version of himself who was terrifying. Not as bad as the Noid, though. He's recently made a comeback. Yeah, there you go.
All right. So for me with Activision, wow, my number 3. I was really just trying to find something, anything that wasn't, Crash, Spyro, or Call of Duty. And I landed on something that I don't really know anything about. But I was just like, okay, the art's a thing, the gameplay is a thing. So sure, fuck it, I'll give it a nod. Let's say Alex Mercer from Prototype.
There you go.
There's my number 3 from Activision. Fuck Call of Duty. My number 2, some could say that it's about time for their revival. and that was Crash Bandicoot.
Uh-huh.
Great games. They weren't personally mine, but my games as a kid. My cousin was really into Crash Bandicoot, though. He enjoyed playing them a lot, and I watched him play a little bit. I got the rebooted game. I wasn't able to finish it. There was a level towards the end of the first game that I just could not progress past, and I felt defeated,
Oh,
so I stopped
man.
playing it. It was very disappointing.
Mhm.
I think it was the bridge level, one of the bridge levels. Like, my fucking god, fuck that level. Eat shit. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. My number one, though, it's obvious. You already called me out. Spyro the motherfucking dragon, bitches. I don't care what you all say. He's better than Crash. I'll fucking say it. Uh, Crash is fine. I got no problem with Crash. But Spyro has always been more my thing. You have ruined your camera, by the way, by doing all those movements. Like, you are pixelated and grainy as fuck. Yeah. You you need a different webcam, because shit. But Spyro, yeah, fucking, he's a dragon, and he's not like too big like Ridley is or was. He
Mhm.
can breathe
Mhm.
fire. In later games, he can breathe lightning and bubbles. And he also has ice.
Wow.
Uh, God, I want Spyro in Smash so much, but I know he only has a chance after Crash gets in, which really disappoints me. I'm
It would
sad.
be great if we can get them both revealed at once because
They
they
would
really
they would
went
make
hand
for
in
a
hand.
great double trailer. They've really been like
Mhm.
each other's sister franchises from the beginnings. There's a Spyro demo. There have been Spyro demos in Crash games. There have been Crash demos in Spyro games, I think, uh,
There's been the crossover on the GBA.
which were not great. Spyro Orange and Crash Purple
Nope.
were not enjoyed. My brother and I had them though, so we played those. Uh, they Spyro. There's a Spyro cameo in Crash to Insanity. Also another Spyro cameo in Crash 4. I think Crash might have a cameo in the Reignited trilogy. I don't remember for sure though. But those two franchises have
Team
always been
Racing on the
like neck and
PS4.
neck with each other,
Yeah,
and it's a damn shame that they weren't
exactly.
in PlayStation All Stars. They should have been.
Mhm.
That game had
Mhm.
issues, and there was studio interference. Should have been Crash
Roster
and
was a
Spyro.
big. Um, is it regular Spyro or Legend of Spyro or Skylander Spyro?
Classic Spyro.
Spyro specifically from Enter the Dragonfly?
No.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Anyways, we're getting down to it here. There's only 3 categories left, so we're almost done. It's been a long
Jeez.
one, but we're almost there. We
Four.
definitely
Uh-huh.
underestimated how long it would take to get through all this. So, for those
To
of you who have
say the
stuck around,
least. Oh boy.
thank you, because I am like ready to fall asleep here. Oh boy. But we're with Blizzard
Well, we're done with
next.
this episode. That's just it.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
Blizzard.
I like
Yeah.
you just did Activision, so of course we got to do Blizzard next. For me, Blizzard, I actually have not played very many Blizzard games, but I am aware of them, and I would say their importance to the gaming community. My number 3, I'm gonna
Mhm.
go with Diablo, uh, from Diablo. So you're playing as the devil, basically. I just find the idea fun. Simple enough. There are other choices. I could have gone with like the generic player character, but it was like, but the devil. Yeah, let's
Yep.
do that.
Yep.
My number 2 comes from World of Warcraft. One of the games I would say is one of the most important games in gaming history. It is the MMO of MMOs, even though it is now beginning to decline in popularity, or I guess has been. But that's kind of how things go. But there's a few different choices here, but I decided to go with the Lich King, who we talked about in a previous Smash Bros. Episode. He is a very important NPC character. He is a boss fight that you have to go up against. He has the powers of ice and dark magic at his disposal. He is a lich. So, My number 1
Mhm.
is quite a bit younger than the Lich King. Quite a bit younger than Diablo. My number 1. It's Tracer from Overwatch.
Oh, yeah.
Overwatch, I actually played a fair amount. I haven't in a while. I
Hmm.
pretty much said like, okay, when they release Overwatch 2, which they've said is happening, I'll get back into it because that's gonna have like story and single player content. It's like, cool, I'm into that. Because Overwatch itself is, it's a 6v, no, was it a 6v6 or is it 5v5? I think it's a 6v6. That's been a while since I played it. Game. You got all these fantastical characters. You're shooting at each other. You're trying to capture objectives. It's a fun game, but unfortunately, I'm again just not very good at it, so I kind of dropped out of it. But Tracer is the poster character of the game. Is she my personal favorite? No, no, she's not. But I think she's great. She's a young British cadet. She was She was doing in like experiments with time shit, and ended up being pretty much pulled apart into realities and other dimensions, and she had to be I had to have a special device created for her to anchor her into our world. Otherwise she was fading out of existence. But she can use these powers now to essentially teleport around, wind back time, speed up time. It's kind of crazy
Hmm.
and actually really cool. I made a moveset for her in the early days of the Smashtopia wiki, and I took great pride in trying to translate her time manipulation properties, and it
Yeah,
took some thinking on my part because she was not easy to translate into Smash from Overwatch, but I enjoyed it. It was fun.
absolutely. Yeah, that was a. I think to this day that moveset stands as a very higher class development on the wiki. Because I certainly could not. It's difficult when you're dealing with a brand new type of character.
Yeah,
And you did that quite well. I think similarly to how we said Kelly Jelly approached working the portal gun into Smash, and it's an interesting way forward. Tracer even a little more so because it's not just that one thing; it's everything.
yeah,
Um, all that said, for Blizzard, myself, my number three is the Lich King, who again we spoke about in Smash or Dash. There's a few choices for World of Warcraft. Giant Proudmoore being another one. Ultimately landed on the Lich King because he's a darker character, and he was, despite that, he's also one of the faces of the franchise, and massive franchise, as you said, founding the MMO genre, which to this day, not necessarily founding, but innovating,
yeah,
um, bringing into the modern era, if you will. And then they brought pandas along, and everybody turned on them, but I still appreciate what they've done, and very, and I think that the move set to let's speak for itself. He has levels of dark magic available to himself. More interestingly, necromancy. So there's things to work in there. That would be pretty cool.
yeah.
My second is Tracer, for the reasons that you said. As far as what not mobile characters, but FPS characters go and online settings. I think she's actually the best choice, despite Wraith being my first choice for EA. It's that EA has less going for it.
It's
um,
also
really,
EA.
uh, precisely, precisely. Really charming character with a lot of interesting potential going for her moveset wise, as you elucidated in the Smithscopia wiki. My number one choice is from Diablo. Massive, again, like similar, almost similar to World of Warcraft, and akin to like what it's done for its top-down action RPG. It's like the thing. It's like the Godfather. If Diablo wasn't around, Fable wouldn't be around. Diablo wasn't around, uh, Gauntlet, no one would remember it. If Diablo wasn't around, Nicktoons Unite would have never happened.
Bit of a stretch, but okay. But I mean, hey, you never
Because
know.
the
Butterfly
general
effect.
yeah, Butterfly. The general gameplay style. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is a better example. But still. I went with not Diablo himself,
Oh,
although that would be fucking hilarious. That would be, and I mean, it works. We have Devil Kazuya, so give it one more
we also
stretch.
have the
Give
Devil
it a lot of
Assist
stretch.
trophy.
Yep. Having Diablo on his appearance would probably concern a lot of parents, but that's why you rate it T for teen. But I went with Deckard Cain,
Okay.
the a wise sage, um, very ubiquitous NPC in all of the Diablo games. Apparently, he stretches across every title in the series and every represent. So beside Diablo, there's also Deckard,
Oh,
spanning every game, and he is almost the to toot my own horn with my own character. He's like the austere Clemens of Diablo.
oh God.
He is a very wise sage who has a number of very quotable phrases, if you will. And he is able to master every element, every aspect of magic in the Diablo world in an attempt for his clan to defeat Diablo. So he's like the kind of the spearhead of the entire movement against the devil. He is apparently his primary mode of attack is summoning tornadoes
Okay.
of varying effects. He's able to make potions. He has healing powers. His very special top end summoning tornado move is apparently called Mornadoes. So there's that with an exclamation point. He can silence and blind enemies and set them to sleep with a move called Respect the Elderly. He can create bottomless pits, um, form cubes for some reason, and hurl them at people
Mm-hmm.
and hit them with his staff. Um, yeah, there's and then of course that means he has access to thunder magic, fire magic, water magic, dark magic, light magic, everything that is available to a Diablo mage, and their subsets is collectively available under Deckard's attack tree. And the reason I went with him over Diablo is because he's I don't know, he has an interesting design, stable background, a well respected character. Diablo himself is more of an enigma, so Deckard is more at the forefront despite not being the title character. And the Blizzard themselves, when they've been asked, "Oh, what character do you want? Do you want Tracer? Do you want Diablo?" They're like, "Oh, I think Deckard Cain would be interesting."
Hmm.
So, having not played these games myself, I'm like, "Yeah, Deckard Cain would be interesting."
Fair enough.
And looking through the list, I mean, more so than you would think at first glance. He's an interesting guy. Okay,
Okay.
and that leaves us with what are oh yeah,
Level
level five.
5
Okay.
and the wild card.
Yeah. Yep. Got to say wildcard for last. It makes sense. So let's do level five. My first level five character in third place is Tone from Dark Cloud.
Okay.
I did not know that level five published Dark Cloud. Like there's Professor Layton level five, and then everything prior to that I just forget exists. Like they've been a company for longer than you suspect. Um, and he's honestly kind of a filler, but because of his older background, it's like okay, let's throw him in there. Dark Cloud being a pretty generally entertaining old school top down RPG, almost Diablo-esque if I remember. And he has access to like every sword archetype imaginable: sabers, scimitars, rapiers, uh, long swords, broadswords, whatever. So scabbards. Yeah. So there's it's a swordsman, but he has like all the swords. So there's that, and there's a knife too, just like you. Um, precisely. You are from Dark Cloud. Second place is Jibanyan from Yokai Watch, the Pikachu of Yokai Watch, if you will. Although Jibanyan is a fire spirit who has been given his capabilities by being run over in the corporeal world as a cat. So he's roadkill that has
Depressing.
been turned into a yokai monster. Um, and I think Jibanyan has a number of moves that would just be fire Pikachu, to be honest with you. Where the interesting part would come in would be bringing in his friends, like the ghost yokai or whatever, to perform a move similar like the Paper Mario with Bo and Vivian, um, or other characters. It would be interesting. So to bring along his yokai friends as he does in the game. Um, Yokai Watch being one that has fluctuated in popularities over the years, although I think the anime is seeing a resurgence and would be a respectable choice. It's not a top one. Um, Looking back, I'm surprised I didn't think of. I said Tone. I should have said Oliver from Nino Kuni, but I forgot it was published with level 5. So let's move on. My number one is Professor Layton.
Shock.
What can be said that hasn't been said before? We're pushing the boundaries on this episode as is with the time, so we're going to
Yeah.
leave it to past Professor Layton discussions.
Hmm.
I like it. There you go.
He's
And
been
I
one of
mean,
your
level 5.
favorites.
Yeah,
You have
it's
wanted
their
Professor
biggest
Layton for a
franchise.
long
So,
ass time.
yeah, yeah, I have. How about you?
All right. Well, for me, level 5, we're gonna start off number 3, Jibanyan from Yokai Watch. He's the Pikachu of the yokais. The fire spirit you will run over. Um, Beyond that, I don't really have much to say about him. I haven't played a Yokai Watch. Maybe I should one of these days just to kind of see what it's about and like kind of do like a compare contrasting with Pokemon. I don't know. I also wanted to try and play like Fossil Fighters for like a similar reason. Maybe I should do a Digimon. I don't. I there's a lot of these catch a monster, make them fight type of games out there. There's
Yeah.
Monster Hunter stories. It's like that as well. But I decided I'll give him like the third place nod. My number 2 is Professor Layton. I know you want him as number 1, and we've had this discussion. I'm not as excited by him. I've tried playing his games. I just wasn't into it. That's one that pretty much has to be left up to you because I just not my thing, I guess. My number 1, interestingly enough, is not Tone from Dark Cloud, although that would be funny. Instead, it's actually Oliver from Nino Kuni. So it's really funny when you
Uh,
mention, it's like, oh man, I forgot Oliver existed. I don't know really
I would have made Oliver
much.
my number 2.
Fair enough. I don't really know really anything about him. I started noticing Nino Kuni after I got my PS4 a couple years ago, and I started seeing it be like Nino Kuni and the Wrath of the White Witch. I started seeing it be advertised fucking everywhere. And the thing that stood out to me was first of all the name Nino Kuni, which is an unusual title for me to notice, but the little guy with like a lantern hanging from his nose. I don't know what's going
Uh-huh.
on there, but I
Drippy.
see it and I'm just like, what is this? What's happening here? But Oliver's the main character. He's got magic. It's an RPG, so he's got magic as you would expect. And I think he also has like some kind of summoning or some shit. And the little
Yeah.
lantern dude is one of them. It's essentially like if Oliver got into Smash, he would be the Morgana or slime that just appears in a taunt and then goes away. Probably, I would guess. But yeah, that's my level 5. Level 5 was like one of the hard ones for me. It was level 5. Arc System Works, Rockstar. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
where's the other one?
EA.
EA, yeah, and Warner. All of them, they were the hard categories for me. Arc and level 5 were probably the two that I found the most difficult. And as
Mm-hmm.
well as Rockstar. Those three would be my hardest three to come
Yeah.
up with characters
Yeah.
for. It was just there wasn't a lot.
That little lantern guy that you mentioned,
Yes.
Drippy, has a thick Welsh accent and is a plush doll brought to life by Oliver's tears. Probably the best level 5 character by far. That guy is a snarky little shit.
So what you're saying is Drippy for Smash.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
More than Professor Layton?
It would be Oliver. No.
Okay. Had to try. All right. Well, let's get this wrapped the fuck up. It's our last category. It has been a long episode. Hopefully, we never have another episode that is anywhere near this length. Because, oh dear God, part of me thinks this was a mistake. We should have kept it to 10 categories. Because, holy shit. But it's time for the wild card. Yeah, I wanted to stop halfway through. But for the wild card category, for me, you could truly say that I went wild for these. At first, I was thinking, oh, wild card. It's sort of like, it's essentially like everybody gets a second shot. And I was considering characters like Phoenix Wright and 2B and Marks and, Doom Guy. I was considering all of them to get a second shot at being in the top 3 and winning a category. But then I was like, you know what? Hold on. Because I'm going to mention all my top 2s and 3s in the whole thing, let's disqualify all of them. Instead, let's talk about some things that will not happen, but would be wild. My number 3 is here with me right now.
$5.
It's our old pal from Humongous Entertainment, Spy Fox. Oh, I loved these games as a kid. You are a fox who is a spy called Spy Fox. And you are seeking to help take down international supervillains in a point-and-click adventure game for kids, and I fucking love it! The first one has you going up against Billy the Kid, and I don't mean that Billy the Kid, I mean he's a billy goat. And he is trying to steal the world's milk. So the game is called Spy Fox and Dry Cereal, because without milk, all your cereal is dry. I love the games he'd be able to use like all his different gadgets. He has a laser toothbrush. He has X-ray gum. I fucking love the Spy Fox games. I uploaded the first one for a video on the YouTube channel. I want to play the second and third game. I'll get to them at some point. But love this guy. Great games. My number 2 is not here with me right now. Neither is my number 1. But my number 2 is it comes from a series that I recently got into. And I got into it hard. Not Persona. That also happened with Persona. But this is different. This is Danganronpa. Oh, Jesus, what a rabbit hole these games are. A friend of mine, Curb, actually, got me into the games. And because they were on my peripheral for a while, because we know people in our friend group that are big fans of it. Addles, Britt, Kelly, all 3 of them are into the games. But it wasn't until Curb Walker really talked me into it, and I was like, all right, I'll play it. And I'll record it. And the first game is all uploaded. The second game will be uploaded later this year. The third game we're currently still playing through. But it's been a lot of fun. These games are fucking crazy. They are twisty. They are dark. They are murder mysteries with children in a school. But they're fun as hell. And Makoto Naegi is the main character of the first game. You could have him be maybe he can swap with the other protagonists from the other games. Kaede Akamatsu and Hajime Hinata. Or you could have Monokuma be the playable character. I don't care. I just think a Danganronpa rep would be a lot of fun. Kelly Jelly worked on a character submission for Makoto. He has it up on the wiki. I've been debating making one for Monokuma myself, but I'm waiting till I finish the third game before I start committing to that, because I need to know what all he has available to him before I can do that. But it's something that I think would be really cool and a lot of fun. My number 1 wild card pick is the least. I don't know if I'd say least likely after reading Spy Fox's name, but they are a unlikely choice to make in the Smash,
Mhm.
and that is Dirk the Daring from Dragon's Lair.
Oh, nice.
Dragon's Lair is a game. It is a very punishing game. It's essentially a movie where you have to do quick time events, the bane of all people's existence, and if you are not fast enough, like in split second timing, you die. With every quick time event,
Yeah.
you don't get it right, you die, and you have to start back over again. I played through the first game. It was rough, even using the easy mode type of stuff, where it would give me multiple retries, and I could have like essentially had like save points more or less. It was still difficult to get through, but it was a lot of fun. I'd like to do the other ones at some point. I think Dirk would be a very fun, goofy character to put in the game. At one point, he can be attacked by tentacles, so you could have him be like pulled through the air by tentacles for like an up special, or he could do like this really weird wide slash. Like just his movements would be so different in terms of how he like runs around the stage. It'd be a daring choice.
It would be. Yeah, Dragon's Lair is such a, again, I mean, the legacy topic has come up a few, and when you get down to it, what more can you want than that?
Mm.
That's really. There was a time when it was populating arcades like the plague, and
It's essentially a
like
movie that you can die in. Like
yeah,
you
people
play the
were
movie and you can
obsessed.
lose.
Right. Did you play the 3DS version with the free effect? Or?
No, I just played it on Steam.
Yeah, I mean that's the way to go these days. Anyway. Um, all fantastic choices. I almost feel inadequate with mine that are more pedestrian, but all the same, I like to call my three wild cards 3Gs, like your 3G network from 2013. Yes, my Fox is correct. My first G, my number three point, my number three choice, which at the time was my number one, Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy.
Oh, okay.
A
All right.
character who has, yeah, a character who has, traversed worlds and dimensions to fight, and it's quite entertaining,
He
to say
travels
the
through the
least.
void
Yep.
unsuccessfully, searching for the most
Ye-
powerful of swords unsuccessfully.
mhm. And he's a bit of a sword collector. He has a lot the Excalibur, the Excalibur, the Masamune, the Zentetskin, among what the like the chicken knife and other things too. So imagine a character that just fights with these weapons all at once.
He's
All
a
at once.
major goober.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling, and having a character like that, seeing him succeed even once with all that wacky crap, would be very entertaining. And I would not be against him being our next Final Fantasy pick. There's just a lot of good choices for Final Fantasy, so I wanted to revisit it.
Square
You
made Dissidia, their crossover Final Fantasy fighting
know,
game. In the first game, it had 22 characters. You know, the main hero, the main villain from the first 10 games, and then a hero from 11, and then a villain from 12. But then Duodecim added in, I want to say like 7 or 8 new characters, and one of them was Gilgamesh. And oh my god, he is so fun. I was
uh,
ecstatic when they added him in.
absolutely. As was I. As was I. That was the one Dissidia game I did play.
It's a shame that NT
Uh,
sucks.
Shame. I never did get around to playing it. Didn't miss much apparently.
Yeah, I
Um,
tried it and it wasn't fun.
well, my number two choice is my number two choice is probably the least likeliest character to make it in out of all of the characters, including the Lord of the Rings one, said today. My second G is the goat from Goat Simulator. It can headbutt people. It can lick them with its tongue and go great distances to drag them around and throw them into various objects. It has a variety of different RPGs that it's been a part of, role-played in Wizard Guard, Science Guards, Robot Guards that grant it certain abilities. It has a jetpack that lets it raucously go through the air in messy, uneven circles that blows up on itself. It has a flamethrower. It has a missile launcher. It can pick up and throw objects with its tongue, like trees and cars. It can blow up cars with a simple headbutt, knock people out with a simple headbutt, mow people down. You can summon gas tanks. You can ride planes. You can use a kite.
See, I don't know how much of what you're saying is true and how much is bullshit, because I've never once looked at anything about that game. Because I see the name Ghost Simulator, and I just think, that's fucking dumb.
Oh no, it's all real, and you can catch air on a skateboard. Thought you can use a pitching machine and shoot baseballs at people. You can use gas tanks to blow up. Just all sorts of things. It's great, and there's also zombie ghosts that can like infect people, and it's wonderful, and that's my second G. And last but not least, my final G is the least interesting of the Gs, but also the one that I'm most invested in. Geralt of Rivia.
There he is.
And some CD Projekt Red at the very end of the tunnel. It was never going to be Cyberpunk after that mess of a release. So it may as well be The Witcher. Kind of skirting the tail between fourth and third party, given the Andrei Sapkowski books came out so long before the video games. But I think the video games are so well known and so far ahead of the books in terms of popularity.
Yeah.
And the Netflix series as well. Just go for it. It's a game series.
Plus, I mean, the author even said that he doesn't consider the games to be canon, so technically it's not that Geralt.
Yep. Yeah. He can say and do what he wants, but I mean, it's Sapkowski in the end who decided what he did about royalties. Yep. All the same. I mean, there's a lot there. He's a Witcher. I mean, you can argue we saw it in Soul Calibur, and it was executed fairly well. In Smash, I think you can go a few of the ways. What if you, like a large part of the Witcher is drawing signs to incorporate different magic effects used by the Witchers, like Ard for fire and so on and so forth. What if there was a loose drawing mechanic where you use the side attack, and then if you use the general side, you're using whatever the one is where Geralt's pushing a wave of energy. If you go side and then up very quickly, you're using a separate attack, like the fire one. Whatever. There's because he also has crossbow bolts of varying kinds. He has his silver sword and his steel sword.
I would have said that sounds potentially complicated, but Kazuya.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a bunch of different potions at his disposal that can buff him or actually nullify some of his effects if he enters toxicity, which I wonder may or may not be a gauge present with him. Knowing Smash, it may full well be.
Knowing Smash, that could be like, you want me to what? Oh my fucking god, can I have a break? Like, you guys couldn't have given me Conquer? He would have been easy. You want me to do fucking Geralt? You want to do fucking
the
Steve?
Final Smash would have been the Great
Fuck
Mighty
you.
Pooh. He's like, okay.
Like, give me Rash from Battletoads, damn it. That's an easy character.
Give me the goat.
You want me to do Chell? You want me to do Portals? Fuck you.
I love that part when they're going to that Kazuya thing, and he was talking about Nintendo knocking at his door, and he's like, Masahiro, Masahiro, come to us. He's like,
Put Tekken in Smash. Just like, are you sure? I could do something else that's less complicated and won't make me have a headache. I'd like to go home. Please let me go home. I know I'm working from home, but let me get
long
out of my
distance.
office.
Yeah,
I feel
serious.
so bad for him. He needs a fucking year off.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
When he gives us Waluigi next to ride him up and
Let him
you
work
know?
on a passion project.
Mm-hmm. The Ice Climber 3D platform.
Kid Icarus Uprising 2 on the Switch.
There you go.
Just give me a Switch,
The Rise,
please.
Those aliens that I can't remember the name of it.
Orem.
Oh yeah, there's a game all about Orem. And
All
Meteos.
right. Well, this was long. Oh my god.
There were
If
moments.
anybody watched this in one go, go get food or bed or something. Get help. Send help for us, by the way. We both need help at this point. But that is the end of our first roster episode, and I think we've learned some lessons for the future. I know I have.
We're going to revisit this in the future.
We discussed 77 characters. That is almost as many as that are already in Smash. Yeah. Well, I guess technically we discussed 77, because we did have some double up. But still.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, next time it's our Smashtopia finale. We've each got our own character picked out. It's going to be fourth party characters. Who will it be? You'll have to wait and see. Because I ain't saying shit. Until then. Bye, everyone.
Hey. See ya.